about inflation risks and we think about the conduct of monetary policy writ large, we have two instruments that we should be thinking about. The balance sheet is one of them. I'll make only one other point. Monetary policy needs to be architected, needs to be designed by the policymakers around the FOMC. The plumbing, the operations, how we do that is conducted by the New York Fed. I want the architecture to drive the plumbing, not the plumbing to drive the architecture. We're going to make a monetary policy decision with respect to the balance sheet. I'm very open-minded to changes, and any changes we make will be well discussed, well shared, and I think quite deliberate. And the financial markets, who have seen the balance sheet grow effectively for a generation, they'll have plenty of time to adjust if we make changes.
I know you said you just wanted to make that one comment, but I'm going to push you to ask for a little more. What do you believe is the smallest balance sheet that the Fed could operate with?
My predilection, my inclination is interest rate policy should be the driver of monetary policy. The balance sheet should be as small as practicable to conduct operations. And the balance sheet can expand when there's a crisis. The balance sheet can also expand if an institution needs liquidity. That's part of the reason why we've created a discount window. But a permanently large balance sheet with a duration of assets that are larger than the duration of assets of treasuries, for example, that are held in the broader public markets, boy, that sure seems a little bit more like fiscal policy that I'm comfortable with. So I would like us to have a leaner, meaner balance sheet, but it's a discussion for my colleagues, and I've got three real pros that are going to help us think it through. All
right, well, I have run out of time, and I'm sure the chairman will be happy that I'm going to maybe get done before it reaches zero.
Thank you.
But I do have a question I'll follow up with, for the record, on scams, because this is something that the banking industry is telling me they're increasingly seeing, and it's costing people who have deposits a lot of money. So I'll follow up with that.
Senator, we're opposed to scams, but I'm happy to follow up.
Tough stand.
Good to hear. Good to hear. This is great. Senator Van Hollen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, we agree on that point. Let me turn to the headline inflation numbers that came out yesterday at 3.5%, above the Fed's 2.2% target. Prices are too high for families, and we need to get them down. I think we can agree on that. At your press conference a few weeks ago, you said that higher inflation, in part, and I quote, reflects supply shocks that have driven price increases in certain sectors, including energy, unquote. In other words, a reason that we're seeing prices go up is that the supply of products and services has dropped in some areas of the economy, right?
Yes.
And I do think it's important that the public understand the causes of some of these supply shocks. You would agree, would you not, Mr. Chairman, that the war in Iran has caused a supply shock in the energy markets?
Yeah, the military conflicts have caused the price of oil to be higher than it otherwise would.
Absolutely right. And Americans are paying the burden of that as we go. We've also seen supply shocks in other areas. Last year, your colleague, Austin Goolsbee, president of the Chicago Fed, said that, and I quote, a tariff is like a negative supply shock, unquote. And we've seen plenty of tariffs. Obviously, we have the Supreme Court decision that may bring those down over time, the impact of it. But the negative supply shocks have been real and can be traced to the Trump administration agenda. So when you say that supply shocks are part of the reason prices are going up, you would acknowledge that they're the result of decisions that have been made by the president, like going to war with Iran, right?
So what I'd say is particular price shocks happen to particular prices that we don't have control over, but I don't want to suggest we don't have control over inflation in the medium term. That's our job. But screwworm affects beef prices. Other things affect oil prices and milk prices, and I understand that has an effect on people's household budgets.
Indeed, it does, and I think we've seen the price of energy go up by billions and billions of dollars, and the American people are essentially paying for that at the pump and other places in their pocketbooks. As you know, your predecessor as chairman was regularly harassed and berated by the President of the United States on social media with respect to interest rates. At least so far, you seem to have escaped that fate. But I do think it's important that we have an understanding of whether or not the president is trying to influence Fed conduct. I know you were asked recently at your last press conference about any communications with the president. I think your response was, on the president, I don't have anything for you. Mr. Chairman, was that a yes or a no with respect to whether you've had communications with President Trump?
So I like what I said the first time. Senator, I don't have anything for you. I will say this, though. I do meet with the Treasury Secretary weekly. I talk to him often between that.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to make sure
I'll make my own decisions as monetary policy.
I just want to understand the answer. Have you or have you not had communications with President Trump since you took this position?
I just don't want to be in the business of sharing discussions that the president and I have.
Okay.
I will tell you what I've said to the president repeatedly and said to the Treasury Secretary. They chose an independent guy to do an independent job, and that's exactly what I plan on doing.
Okay.
And I'd like to think over the last 7 weeks, given the decisions we've made and the things we've done, that it's not just words, it's actions now to start to demonstrate that.
So Mr. Chairman, I mean, I think it's important. I take from your answer you've had communications. You don't want to disclose the content. Will you commit to do what your predecessor did, which was to release your appointment schedule and conversations with President Trump?
I don't know what the past practice was. I will be in full compliance with the law. As I understand it, there's an ongoing FOIA request on my calendar, and I will share it consistent with the law.
Well,
I believe the first one's already come out.
I think this was this wasn't in response to any legal requirement forced by FOIA. It was a question of transparency, and I do think, given the president's past record of trying to influence Fed behavior via social media, with respect to your predecessor, if he's trying to influence Fed behavior through private conversations with you, I think that needs to be something the public is aware of. And I'm asking you whether you will commit to disclosing when you have conversations with the President of the United States.
Senator, I can offer you this assurance. The president has not, before I took this office, before I raised my right hand, he has not tried to influence the conduct of monetary policy. And if he tried to, I would continue to keep my head down and do the job. I don't have a long record, but I've got a 7-week record. And before that, I had a 25-year record. And I think that should count for something.
I appreciate that. I hope you'll just follow the precedent your predecessor.
Senator Kennedy, the floor is yours.
Well, Senator Van Hollen's my buddy, so this is not meant toward him, but I always get a kick out of my Democratic friends talking about transparency. Toward the end, God bless him, you could bake a Thanksgiving turkey in the time that it took President Biden to walk across the stage, and they kept it quiet till they couldn't. I'm sorry he was in that condition, but this transparency stuff cuts both ways. What's wrong with you talking to the President of the United States?
So, Senator, I've got a wide lens. I'm interested in hearing points of view from a whole range of people. We have a narrow remit. I'm interested in what's happening in the world, in the Middle East, and elsewhere.
Is there anything wrong with it? Do you have to, when you do it, do you have to go out and look for the last phone booth in Washington and put a bag over your head and sneak in there and call him? Or return his call? Is there anything wrong with that?
I certainly don't feel uncomfortable receiving a call from the chairman of this committee or the President of the United States.
Okay. Do you think Ben Bernanke ever talked to the president?
When I was a governor, I recall several conversations and frequent
How about Alan
meetings.
Greenspan?
When I was a young staffer in the White House, I remember being honored by him coming into the White House and meeting with the president and the president's advisors quite frequently.
Okay. I think what would give me concern, and I think it's the basis for my colleagues' concern, is that you just do whatever the president says, but you're not going to do that, are you, or are you?
Senator, I'm going to call it the best I see it. The president never asked me to do anything inappropriate, and if he did, I wouldn't do it.
Okay.
I'm going to follow the law and do my best to follow the remit you gave us.
Okay, so in the last year or so, recent past, I'll say, the Fed cut rates 3 times because they were worried about the labor market. Is that a fair assessment?
That's my sense of what
And
they did before
it
my
worked.
arrival.
It worked, correct?
Well, that's a longer discussion. They did
Well, is
cut
the
rates.
labor market in a mess today?
The labor market's in good shape, but I
Yeah,
wouldn't want to
okay,
draw
so
that causal connection.
So I don't have much time, Mr. Chairman. I love you like a taco, but I'm gonna, yeah, you don't filibuster on me. So it worked, okay? Now we have inflation, okay? What caused it in 20 seconds?
In 20 seconds, inflation is caused when a one-time change in price is broadened out.
I know what inflation is,
And the
Mr.
Federal
Chairman. Tell
Federal
me what
Reserve,
caused it.
monetary policy, sir.
Okay, well, I would say what is causing it is AI, the conflict with Iran, and probably the residual effect of the fact that some imports have become more expensive. Okay? And I think any fair-minded person would conclude that. There was a lot of economists said, the impact of inflation on the rise in the cost of imports would be a one-shot deal. You can teach that one round or flat. I don't know. I think it's probably had a residual effect. Okay, is it temporary or is it permanent, the inflation?
It's not going to be permanent under my watch, Senator.
Okay, what are you going to do about it?
So we're going to do three things. One is for those people in markets that think the Fed really was comfortable with a higher level of inflation, we're doing our best to disabuse them.
Okay, you're going to talk about it. What's the second thing you're going to do?
We're going to take ownership of it. We're going to say we have the power to do something.
Okay, you're going to own it.
That's right.
What's the third thing you're going to do?
We're going to look at our tools in the changing economy, both balance sheet and interest rate, and see whether we need to adjust policy to take it head on.
You're going to look at your tools. That's the third thing. I'm not asking you what action the Fed's going to take. That would be improper, Mr. Chairman. I wouldn't do that, and you wouldn't tell me anyway. Get specifically, like you're talking to a 10th grader, okay? Not. What are your options? Leave it alone, right? Leave rates alone. This is one option.
That is an option, Senator.
Raise rates.
Another option.
Cut rates.
A third option, a non-exclusive list of options, but yes.
Well, and a lot of it depends on whether it's temporary or permanent. So how do you decide whether it's temporary or permanent? I got that in with 6 seconds left.
Well done.
You use 5 task forces to get to the big and hard questions instead of trying to paper it over with policies that have not been proven as successful.
Senator Cortez Masto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Warsh, good to see you again.
Nice
Thank you
to
for
see you,
meeting
sir.
with me.
Thank you.
You've talked about the task forces. What's the timeline for getting reports from the task forces?
So I'm not a very patient person. People have said that to do all this good work, you'll need years. I gave them 6 months.
Wonderful. Thank you. And that will be made public?
Yeah, the details, even much of the deliberations, I want to do that in the public square because we all own these decisions at the end of the day. Ultimately, decisions will be made by my FOMC colleagues. I think they'll start to get briefings on some of the early reports from the task force, early indications, hopefully as early as September, with my expectation and hope by year end, we're going to hear their conclusions and decide what to do with it.
Thank you. And then just for clarification, in January of 2025, do you recall the inflation rate? It was about 3%, correct?
I'm going to have to take your word for the precise number, but I knew inflation was still well above target.
Yeah, it was about 3%, and that's when Joe Biden left office. And the current inflation rate right now is about 3.5%, is that correct?
There are various measures. I'm confident in telling you it's been above target for 63 months. It's
Is it
not where we
above
want it to be.
3%?
By some measures, by other measures, it's not. But I don't want to suggest I'm happy with any of those measures. I'm not.
Okay, I appreciate it. Let me talk a little bit about an area that is important for me, and I think many states that deal with a hospitality tourism industry. Unfortunately, under this administration, we've seen significant declines in the number of international visitors to the U.S. The current situation has actually led to our travel trade deficit in this country going from a $51 billion surplus in 2019 to a $72 billion deficit today. How does the Federal Reserve governors consider the specific impact of higher unemployment, lower wages, and reduced economic activities in communities with large tourism economies like Las Vegas?
So we are consumers of this information. We are keenly interested in the goods side of the economy and the services side of the economy. My view, which is not universally shared in the economics profession, is that there's no limit to what this economy can grow. Productivity-led growth can move higher, and that doesn't tell me it's inflationary. But we care about the services part of the economy, and we're trying to take that into account when we try to make decisions about the dual mandate.
Well, I appreciate that because you're right. Your dual mandate is maintain stable prices and full employment. Let me tell you what's happening in the hospitality industry because of the policies of this administration. When you talk about full employment, it is not happening. What I am hearing from people in my state is that it's not necessarily full employment with good wages and livable wages. They're patching together multiple low-wage jobs because they are taking down from full employment to part-time employment. Do you consider that in your analysis, going from full-time employment to part-time and many individuals having several part-time jobs? How do you calculate that into your analysis?
So we think hard about it. You heard in my opening statement the clear judgment of my colleagues and me, which is the labor market broadly looks in balance, but I don't want to make that sound like it's easy for hardworking Americans in your state and other places. There's a lot of dynamism happening in the economy. There's a lot of structural change. And during periods of transition, it's often true that the labor markets in aggregate look better than people feel in different parts. And during disruption, they try to recreate a job they had before through the gig economy and other means. We take it into account. Overall, I would say the labor market part of our mandate looks pretty good. The price stability part of our mandate looks less good.
All right. And I am concerned because not just Las Vegas, but many tourism-based industries and hospitality, what we're seeing is lower full employment. And I would hope, and this is a conversation I've had with previous chairs as well, I would hope that you're considering that. It is a large sector of employment across the country. And I know you made a statement that rise in prices is not necessarily inflationary, correct? At what point do you consider it to be inflationary? Is there a timeline associated with that?
So when an increase in prices in a particular category like oil or like milk or eggs, when we see that broaden out and affect the generalized price level, that's something we can do something about. That's the way I think of inflation. When prices go up, I know it hits your constituents every day. I'm not trying to sound dismissive of it, but I also don't want to say that there's much that we can do about cattle prices or milk prices today. But there's a lot we can do to make sure that the entire grocery aisle doesn't have higher prices, and that's what we're committed to do.
Thank you.
Senator Haggerty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Warsh, on July 18th, almost a year ago today, President Trump signed my legislation, the Genius Act, into law. A thorough rulemaking process is absolutely vital to ensure that U.S. dollar dominance exists here in the digital age. And I look forward to seeing the Federal Reserve's ongoing work in this matter. I just want to make that point clear. It's important, it needs to be done, and very much appreciate the Fed's attention to it. I want to turn now, though, to a broader concern, and that has to do with the independence of monetary policy. You've had a number of conversations with my colleagues about this. I want to emphasize something that I think is quite important. The special insulation that the Fed receives with regard to monetary policy, I think as far as I'm concerned, it shouldn't extend to every other function of what the Fed does. I think it should be limited to monetary policy. For example, you think about bank regulations and supervision. That's entirely distinct from monetary policy. Regulation requires normative policy judgments about capital, about credit availability, about risk, economic growth, the structure of the banking system. All of these considerations need to roll into it. And you think about what's happened in recent years, regulation has even strayed far afield. You think about what's happened with respect to climate policy, or Michael Barr's failed Basel III proposal. These decisions are not the same as setting interest rates or managing the Fed's balance sheet. And quite simply, I think they're forms of executive regulatory power. The Supreme Court has clarified, for example, that the FDIC is subject to ordinary principles of executive accountability. Comparable regulatory functions at the Fed shouldn't be held to a different standard, in my view, simply because they sit within the central bank. So my question is this, Mr. Chairman, do you agree that the Federal Reserve's independence should be narrowly tied to its monetary mandate?
Senator, thank you for the question. Like you said, independence is at its peak in the conduct of monetary policy. I believe that when I showed up at the Fed in 2006. I believed it at my confirmation hearing 7 or 8 weeks ago. I believe it now. In the conduct of bank and regulatory policy on things like the Genius Act, my general view is we should be working with our bank regulators, the other bank regulators, the OCC and the FDIC, see if we can't put out our rules together. What I don't think we want is any kind of regulatory arbitrage where firms are trying to game who's got the lightest regulation and race there. I don't think there's anything wrong with us working together with other bank regulators to try to figure out what's the best policy. I've got some extraordinary colleagues at the Fed. They've been able to think hard about these issues. I think those discussions should happen and do happen.
I don't disagree at all with that, and I like your approach in terms of coordination. But there's something deeper that I'm concerned about, Mr. Chairman, and that is, and just make an example. Let's suppose a future Congress decides to embed some sort of regulatory function inside the Fed, seeking to insulate it from our supervision, from our oversight. In some way, that could become a backdoor that I don't think any of us want to see. And what I'm trying to make clear is that beyond monetary policy, I'll ask you the question. Do you think that this special insulation applies to other regulatory and supervisory types of functions?
So I spent 8 weeks as a summer associate at a law firm, so I'm probably not best positioned to opine on the Supreme Court. Senator Warren could do a better job than I. I do recall in the most recent opinion a footnote from the majority that says we are not suggesting that if other things went to the Federal Reserve, it would get any insulation. Beyond that, I'm on shaky ground in trying to opine on what the Supreme Court opinion means prospectively.
Yeah, I wasn't looking for your legal opinion, but I do just think as a matter of common sense, I wanted to get that on the record, that there is a real distinction here, and I appreciate that. I want to turn to another important matter, and that's the monetary policy report that you work with. The most recent monetary policy report added a new aggregate to the measurements, the M2 aggregate. And I just wanted to ask you to explain why this metric is useful and why it's been added.
Thank you, Senator. That was an Easter egg that we hid in there to see if anyone read these monetary policy reports. So I'm encouraged that you did. There is almost a page talking about M2 and monetary aggregates. That was done with a purpose. I do not show up here as a monetarist. I do not show up and say the secret to inflation is if we only knew M2, everything would be swell. But monetary aggregates had been taken out of the monetary policy report probably about a decade ago, maybe a bit longer. My view is that a modern central banker should have a mosaic of information and should not be allergic to any data that happens to be inconsistent with dogma that he or she might have been taught in Econ 1. I have this old-fashioned view that monetary policy has something to do with money. I remember an old professor of mine that said, who was a proper Keynesian economist, he said, well, I don't understand how to think about inflation in a place like Zimbabwe without talking about money. So I think money matters. What we witnessed when we looked at some of the monetary aggregates is they are not perfect. We don't measure money very well. We don't measure the velocity of money very well. But it's a pretty good cross-check. And had we seen the surge and paid attention to the surge in inflation and money in 21, 22, we might have seen this problem sooner. I apologize, Mr.
Senator Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member. Chair Warsh, welcome to the committee. So you may know that Minnesota Senator Hubert Humphrey, who's once held the seat that I now occupy for Minnesota, led the charge in Congress to include maximum employment as part of the Fed's dual mandate. And we can probably agree that keeping these two goals of maximum employment and stable prices within the confines of the monetary policy power that the Fed wields, that just makes sense. Because it's a strategy that delivers stable prices, a strategy that delivers stable prices while working people can't find jobs or can't afford their lives. I mean, that's not a healthy economy. I expect you to agree with that.
And I do. Thank you.
So I was very interested in the task forces that you established last month to advise you on reform and modernization. And I want to just ask you about one of them in particular. You've created a task force looking at productivity and jobs. And that's really good, it seems to me. This task force should be able to get at the power of the Fed's dual mandate and ask also some of the big questions that everyone is asking about the power, the impact of AI on wages and people's income and employment. So let me just ask about this particular task force on productivity and jobs. So as I understand it, it is led by three people, venture capitalist and investor Mark Andreessen, who's made billions from AI and is a major Trump donor, another tech executive who recently laid off thousands of people, and then an academic economist from my alma mater, Stanford University, who is currently on leave to do research at Anthropic. So I want to ask about this. Is there anyone on the task force who has experience in the labor market, or somebody who can bring the perspective of an employer rather than an investor to the questions that are going to be asked and hopefully answered by this task force?
So if I could say two things. One is those three people you referenced are three of the smartest people that I know. And I've been...
And I'm not disputing that. I'm wondering how you intend to bring into this work the perspective of people who are working people, bring in the perspective of labor and not just investors.
I think it's a fair question. I've got 18 colleagues who are going to join me and consume the deliberations they have in the report. And we're the ones that have the dual mandate. And as I said to your colleague, there is no disfavored part of our mandate, and we're awfully focused on full employment. So that's my commitment to you. We haven't outsourced this decision to three people. What we've outsourced to is a bunch of thinking about this massive technology shock. And I'll only note one other thing. Chad Jones, that professor that you mentioned, his academic work, he's an academic, I'll admit that. But
I'm not opposed to that. I'm just trying to figure out.
But his academic work has been very, very focused on what is the effect of the labor markets of these technology shocks, both the good and the bad. And I think that history he can bring to bear to the work of the task force.
So can you understand why a task force that is led by people in large part who are likely to get richer by AI might not be the most credible people to folks on the ground who are doing the work, who are worried about what impact this AI is going to have on their jobs? And there's the concern, of course, is that the productivity that is expected to be delivered by AI, if that actually happens, that the benefits of that productivity are going to accrue to capital and not to labor. And that, it seems to me, the credibility of this task force rests on hearing the perspective of working folks in their deliberations.
I would expect before they come to their conclusions, they are going to hear from folks that will be affected. They are going to hear from employers that are getting struck with this technology shock and have disruption of their labor force. But I don't want to suggest to you that in any of these task forces that we have the 19 people of all different backgrounds. But what I want to tell you is if you think they have a credibility deficit, I don't. I think they're incredibly talented, and we will make sure to take both parts of our dual mandate in consideration of their output.
I think the issue, sir, is that when there are the big guys sitting at the table, is there anybody sitting at the table who's bringing the perspective of working people to those really important questions? There are labor leaders, there are labor economists, there are folks whose expertise is in issues around wage stagnation and how that impacts working people. And I would ask you to consider bringing that perspective, not to be heard on the side, but to be actually at the table with the big guys. I think that is a credibility issue that you could address very easily. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Yeah. Senator Tillis.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I think you're doing a great job today. I appreciate your composure. Mr. Warsh, a quick question on just immigration. You know, some people are proudly discussing how we had almost net zero immigration in the last quarter, but we're starting to look a little bit like China, Japan, European countries in terms of our replacement rate. in terms of natural replacement rate. So if net immigration were to remain near zero for an extended period, how would that change your estimates on GDP, the neutral interest rate, and the amount of non-inflationary job growth the economy can sustain? And in some ways, it touches on, I think, Senator Cortez Masto's question, too, about jobs unfilled, but just curious.
Thank you, Senator. You sure didn't toss up a softball there. The way I think about it is immigration policy is set by you and the administration, but we are...
Yeah, I mean, I don't want you to talk about policy. What I'm trying to do is communicate to the American people we can make the mistake of Western Europe, Japan, and other industrialized nations, or we can fix this population growth problem. If we don't, these are policies, then how does that make your job more difficult if we were to sustain the current trajectory?
The way those decisions affect us is it affects potential GDP. The biggest, hardest decision we make is what can this economy produce? How fast can we grow? Potential GDP is a function of two things. How many hours are we working? People in this country working.
So just in a word, because I want to ask a few other questions.
And then second, productivity.
Yeah. At the end of the day,
if the worker hours are constant, we need a productivity boom.
Just a real quick question. Would you be thrilled to know that we could guarantee zero net growth for the next decade because that would make your job easier?
We're going to take the number of hours the American people and your policies produce, and we're going to do with it the best we can.
We got a problem. You can't fix it. But what I'm saying is if we're trying to make your job easier, having this on the agenda is not going to make your job easier. And I understand the position you have to take, but I want to point to something that people are high-fiving and talking about net zero immigration growth as if it's a good thing. It's only a good thing if you want to repeat the mistakes of Western Europe, Japan, China, and other nations that didn't get their replacement rate right. You know, bringing in great people that may have been born in Colombia and aspired to become a senator, for example, those sorts of things. I mean, didn't get it right every time, but no. Mr. Warsh, I told you also, and just for the American people, do you have a magic wand where you can just walk in and convince 7 people of the FOMC to vote exactly the way you want them to?
Perhaps I wish I do, but I do not have such a wand.
So you are one of a body where you have to gain consensus to make an interest rate move, right? Monetary policy move, right?
Yes, and it's a consensus-led organization.
And based on some of the comments from even Governor Waller, who we'd consider to be, pretty hawkish just this week, he's not guaranteeing that we're going to be able to lower interest rates anytime soon based on data-driven decisions. Did that just occur this week? In a speech, I think, up in New York?
There are a diversity of views. I wouldn't want to dwell on any one of them in particular.
No, it's okay. But what I'm trying to explain to people who think the president can give you a call, you make a decision, it happens, that never happens. Wouldn't have happened under Powell, wouldn't happen under you, wouldn't happen under anybody who's responsible chairman. I just wanted to make that point. The last thing, if you could just tell me, I know you don't want to get in. I think Senator Britt asked you some questions. I love the fact that you're doing reform. I would like to see the project charter for the task forces, if you have that. If people are managing this, milestones, any sort of dashboard you have, the things that any well put together set of task forces would have assembled for a 6-month project. I'd like to just track it, not necessarily for the record, but if you could commit to have a meeting with the people running it with me, I'd like to see that just to watch the mechanics play out over the next 6 months. And then lastly, if you can, I believe Silicon Valley Bank is a classic example of why the Fed needs to have its independence on monetary policy, but on bank examination and supervision, I believe a U.S. senator should minimally be able to go into a SCIF and understand why banks like Silicon Valley Bank had multiple matters requiring attention and then matters requiring immediate attention well before they failed. And nobody knew except some examiner and likely people in San Francisco, in the San Francisco Fed. That stuff has got to change. I don't see any rational basis for that independence, and we've got some legislation I'd like to talk with you about. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Warnock.
Well, thank you so very much,
Lucky
Madam
you.
Chair. The American economy is heavily leveraged on the success of artificial intelligence. And this is an issue that I'm very interested in, been engaging and talking to folks in the industry and folks outside of the industry, various stakeholders. According to a Bloomberg analysis, AI spending most recently climbed to about 8% of the U.S. gross domestic product, driving the country's economic growth. Chair Walsh, you have long been bullish on AI. However, up to now, despite investors betting big on them, none of the major AI models have been meaningfully profitable. What are the consequences to our economy if none of these companies ever become profitable?
So if they were to disappoint investors, I think the capital markets would dry up for them, and some of that capital investment would be curtailed.
I guess that's one way of putting it. I guess I'm getting at where ordinary folks are in the midst of that. The markets, behind the markets are real people who have retirement savings and who are trying to make their present as well as their future work. American retirement accounts are increasingly tied to AI. And so there's the human issue, driven by massive increases in the stock prices of chip and AI companies. You might talk about the current markets in a way. It's tall and narrow. Let's imagine if we are in an AI bubble. What would happen to our economy, and more specifically Americans' retirement savings, if that bubble popped?
Yeah. So I think it's a fair question, Senator. I take it seriously. I'm not in the business of providing a Wall Street newsletter, but I'll say broadly to your question about the effects on the economy. Booms and busts do not help the real economy, and they don't make the central bank's job easier. What the central bank is trying to achieve is price stability, full employment, all in the context of financial stability. On the question of these AI companies, certainly the surge in their investment and the surge in their valuations is notable. But I'll also note one other thing, Senator. Over the course of the last couple of months, we've seen the market cap, both of the public companies and of private companies, under some pressure. At the overall indices, we do seem to see a broadening out. Now, why is that? Because earnings now for the last several quarters more broadly are moving up. I don't want to suggest that that should give us any complacency, but what the Fed's looking for is economic strength to broaden and the inflation that we talked about earlier to become more narrow.
So I'd be worried about a massive economic slowdown. You know, the impact of Wall Street on Main Street, and I'd be worried about job losses. Stock prices tumbling would mean Americans could not retire as planned. And I don't want to see taxpayers holding the bag should this AI bubble pop. I'm not against AI. AI is not going anywhere. Right. It has both promise and peril. I just want us to be thinking critically about this from all angles. Earlier this month, you announced a new task force to assess the effect of AI on productivity and jobs. The three individuals you chose for the task force are tech executives who have directly worked for or with AI labs, all three of them. Yes or no, will the Fed include anyone on this task force with an alternative viewpoint on AI? For example, anyone who represents the workers whose lives may be upended by increased adoption of AI tools and technology.
So, Senator, it's a fair question. As I mentioned to your colleague a few moments ago, what I'd say is one of the people on those task forces is an academic. Now, I don't want to suggest that the academic is representing some
You don't want to suggest that the academic is being academic.
I don't want to suggest that, but this isn't a faculty lounge discussion. What I do want to suggest is that academics' work has spent a lot of time talking about prior technology shocks and the displacement that it has on labor. The assurance I can give you is that these three people on that task force, like the other task forces, they're not the deciders. You're talking to one of the deciders.
Right.
The 19 of us around the FOMC with a breadth of backgrounds and interest We're going to decide what we think of their conclusions.
But as a decision maker, I always want various viewpoints. I certainly have nothing against an academic expertise. I think that's important, and it's too often ignored in some of the appointments that we've seen around here lately. But here's my problem: Americans are worried about what AI will
Senator,
mean
your
for the
time is
economy.
up.
I'm wrapping up, sir, and I'm worried that this viewpoint isn't represented at the Fed, and I would look to broaden.
Senator Lummis, your
perspective.
time is yours.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple questions about bank supervision before we go to monetary policy. The first one is Vice Chair Bowman has ordered an independent review of the supervision of Silicon Bank and Signature Banks, and I think that's a really good thing. I applaud her and support her efforts there. So have you instructed your staff, including the attorneys in the legal division, to cooperate with this independent review?
Yeah. So thank you, Senator Lummis. This call for a review of what happened around Silicon Valley Bank preceded my time at the Fed.
Yes, it did.
But I'm certainly aware of the ongoing investigation. And my general rule is that we should be cooperative to investigations, and we should try to get to the bottom of the facts of on regulatory and supervisory issues.
There are rumors that there may have been destruction of records by some of the staff at the Division of Bank Supervision, and of course that's a crime. So if records relating to the supervision of these banks were intentionally deleted by staff before you were at the Fed, before you ever became chairman, will you order your staff to assist in recovery of these records and cooperate with law enforcement?
Yeah, so I made a bold statement to one of your colleagues before that I was opposed to scams. I can make a bold statement I'm opposed to criminal activity. I have no reason to believe there's any criminal activity here. But I think we want to get to the bottom of an investigation. If there's an ongoing investigation and investigators generally want access to things, there's no reason why they shouldn't have access.
Thank you. I want to turn to a proposed rule that is being considered and ask for your thoughts on the proposed rule. And it has to do with the Federal Reserve Board's payment accounts. Skinny master accounts is kind of a term that's used. My staff has told me that if a doctor submits statements to an insurance company, they have two choices. They can pay 5% in bank fees or wait 90 to 120 days for a paper check. It seems to me that the Federal Reserve is really on to something by trying to join other countries that restrict access to the payment system to consumer-facing banks. We're the only major country in the world that restricts access to the payment system to the consumer-facing banks. So I think you're on the right track to expand the opportunities to serve consumers. And I'm curious about what your thoughts are about the proposal, how it's going, when you expect the rule to be finalized.
Yeah. So as I understand it, this skinnier master account proposal is out for comment. It was sent out before I arrived, but I'm keenly interested in what the comments are. My mental model is that the critical infrastructure, the rails that the Fed runs, should be available to those that are applicable, that can comply with our rules and regulations. If I were to draw a hard distinction, this is a public good, and it's a public good that should be used by intermediaries. I don't want the public good to be used by consumers, by people that are on the front lines. But if financial institutions, new and old, want to comply with our regulations and take advantage of this public good, my general predilection is to encourage it.
Well, I think that's admirable and important. So it's out for comment now. Do you anticipate finalizing sometime this year?
I owe you a better answer on the timeline from here, and I pledge to give it to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I share a concern that was expressed by my colleague, Mr. Haggerty, that monetary policy should enjoy the committee not having to be as transparent about its process. I agree with Senator Haggerty also that the bank supervision component should not enjoy that same level of non-scrutiny. I think we need to scrutinize bank supervision. I'm concerned that that area was sort of hidden from public view for too long. And so I want to just echo what Mr. Haggerty said. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am. Senator Kim.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. And Chairman, thank you for coming on out. I actually wanted to build on something that Senator Warnock was going into about AI. And I guess I wanted to ask you, I've seen some public reporting that there was a report produced by Treasury staff for Secretary Besson, the Federal Reserve, and other financial regulators that outlines the risks associated with the AI boom. Are you familiar with this report?
I can't say that I've read that report, but it's certainly a discussion that the Secretary and I have had.
Is that something we can follow up on, get a sense of where the status of this report is?
Yeah, I'd be happy to both engage in the report and share with you my views.
Yeah, but regardless of the report itself, from what I understand, it's raising concerns that that much of our financial system right now rests upon AI meeting expectations for productivity gains as profitability, and as well as raising concerns about the concentration in a small number of firms that are heavily reliant on private market financing, specifically invested in data centers in particular. I wanted to just get a sense, do you agree with these underlying economic risks, or do you believe that that analysis is overstating the risks?
So I think this is the most important change in our economy in my adult lifetime. I think it has plenty of opportunities and also plenty of risks, and I take both of them seriously.
Yeah, I mean, it's something I'm trying to grapple with too. So I'm not expecting that you have a fully baked answer right now, but I hope we can work on this together, because I do think when we're looking at that future, trying to think through the data, I'm trying to think through what data is going to allow us to understand how exposed we are, what the concerns are. And I guess I would just ask you, as you're looking at the data, how would you assess our economy, the state of our economy, if you were to isolate out AI, which I know is driving so much of our growth right now? How is the rest of our economy doing?
So it's a fair question. We can start to do a little bit of that. So I mentioned in my opening statement the importance of capital expenditures to aggregate GDP. A good share of that CapEx boom is broadly in or around infrastructure related to artificial intelligence. Not exclusively, but it's part of the real story here. If I were to fast forward 12 months, whether these AI models continue to grow in their efficacy on some exponential curve or not, most of this CapEx is going into things like data centers, new sources of energy. And let's say there was a disappointment on the returns and what AI could do. Many of these investments have alternative uses. But if the question is really how much productivity do we expect to ultimately get from AI, the answer is I don't know, but I'm optimistic that over a longer time horizon, it'll be quite good for the United States and good for both parts of the dual mandate, lower prices and a stronger labor force.
Well, I hope we can work on this together and try to get a clearer understanding of just how much risk there is. And look, I'm glad to hear about this, this task force that you're putting together about the productivity side. I will just say the concern amongst young people in particular is very potent and very real. And we have to come up with an answer to them to help them feel reassured right now. Because I get it, they are, as you said, more native in the technology. But that doesn't necessarily help them when the companies themselves are saying, we don't need to hire as many junior associates or other jobs, especially on the more entry level side of things. No matter how much native fluency that they have or understanding and skills, if the businesses are saying, we don't need as many people at the younger, lower end. And so as you're dealing with this task force, I hope it's something that can interact with this committee. I hope we have a chance to be able to talk to some of them and hear from them in that capacity. But I also say, we need to make sure we're speaking human about this and not just getting kind of caught up in that. So I just wanted to flag that for you. One last thing I wanted to just touch base on is, Senator Reid mentioned the concerns about whatever we want to call it, mythos proofing or AI proofing, using AI to be able to shore up our vulnerabilities. A number of us have been talking to some of the financial sector, other critical infrastructure. I guess I just wanted to ask you, does the Fed have all it needs to be able to kind of shore up our vulnerabilities, patch up any vulnerabilities? Has that been a process that you all feel have confidence in so far?
Closer to a yes or no answer on that one.
I'm working on it, and I look forward to working with you on it as well.
Let us know how we can help.
Yeah.
Thank you, Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to you, Chairman Walsh, for being here. It is such a pleasure to have you here compared to your predecessor. I can't explain to you in words the feelings that I had when your predecessor testified versus the feelings of having you here. So truly appreciate the hard work. Some quick questions. You obviously we have a whole regulatory structure around banks. What's happened to deposits in American banks since last August? Have they gone up, stayed the same, or gone down?
Generally speaking, there are differences, but generally speaking, deposits held in banks is moving positively over that period.
And you worry about that, of course. You watch that, because if you had a massive deposit flight, that would be a problem, correct?
I worry about it, but I also use it as a helpful input. When average deposit balances are up, sometimes that could be for good or bad reasons. My sense of the underlying growth is more good than bad.
Right, but as a banker, if the bankers want deposits to go up.
They sure do.
And I just find that interesting as a data point, Mr. Chairman, because we've talked about, or we've had testimony anecdotally from the bank CEOs saying that stablecoins were going to drop deposits in banks. And I just want to point out for the record that the exact opposite has happened. So as they say, that was a bunch of blankety blank argument. Okay. You have two mandates. Let's talk about full employment for a second. If we have incentives that we put in place here legislatively for Americans not to work, does that round counter to your objective of full employment?
It doesn't make the Fed's life any easier.
Right. So if we actually incentivize somebody from actually participating and being productive in a workforce, that's not good. Things like, for example, we did in the working families tax cuts last year, which is to put in place where you have to verify twice a year whether you're working, volunteering, or studying, would be a positive demotivator for not working, correct? Meaning it encourages work.
I can't opine on the policies you make, but for the implications to the Fed, we're in the business of assessing potential growth. The more hours that are worked and the more productive those hours are, the stronger the economy can be.
Which is good when you're mandated.
Yep.
And if you had tens of millions of people entering the country illegally, it makes your challenge of full employment more difficult also, correct?
I'm going to steer clear from immigration policy and leave it with you and the administration.
So pretend they're just naturally grown humans on the soil of America. If you have dramatically more humans in the United States looking for work, by definition, it makes full employment more difficult, correct?
So if those people are employed and are working and are productive, that's a good thing.
No, if they're not employed.
Well, that can be a challenge to one, if not both parts of our mandate.
Okay, let's talk about data centers really quick. So if you felt, or the Federal Reserve felt, that data center investment was driving inflation, what is the tool that you could use to combat that?
So I think that investment in data centers and in AI generally do affect the demand side of the economy, and we can see it, and we can see prices move up. But unlike some of these other shocks, with a lag, it also affects the supply side.
No, but what I'm saying is, if you felt that you had to do something about it, would it be accurate to say, really, you don't have a lot of tools? I think some of my colleagues think that you do have a magic wand. But ultimately, you'd have to raise interest rates. The idea would be you're going to make it more expensive to borrow money to build these things. Ultimately, that's basically the tool that you have, just roughly speaking, correct?
We have powerful tools to deal with what we deem to be inflation above target.
Right. So you would raise interest rates if you really is the tool that you'd use. Does it make any sense for us to be thinking that inflation is being caused by data center investment, and the answer would be to look to the Fed to raise interest rates, when in reality you have government that's providing tax subsidies, which is lowering the cost and thus encouraging more irrational investment? Doesn't it make more sense to say, let's not do any tax subsidies? Now, we can't do that here at the federal level because a lot of these subsidies are coming from cities, counties, and states. I actually believe, and I think, Chairman, we should think about providing 100% federal tax on these subsidies, so that if a company wants to take subsidies from some state, tax it at the federal level 100% to discourage it, because I think it is absolutely insanity for us to use taxpayer dollars to subsidize multi-billion-dollar companies. And by the way, those incentives don't exist. Would you agree that that seems reasonable?
Fiscal policy is your decision. I'm going to let you guys fight that one out.
Good.
Early. Thank you. Senator Alsobrooks.
All right. Thank you so much, Chair Scott and Ranking Member Warren, for holding today's hearing. And Chairman Warsh, it's good to see you again. Before we talk about the economy, I want to briefly return to your confirmation hearing, where under questioning from Senator Gallego and myself, you said that the president never, quote, generally or specifically instructed you to lower interest rates. And your testimony at the time did contradict reporting by the Wall Street Journal. So Senator Gallego and I sent you a letter on April 26th clarifying your testimony, and we have not yet received a response. So as we stated in our letter, President Trump told the Wall Street Journal that he thinks you have to lower, his quote was, he thinks you have to lower interest rates. And under your sworn testimony in this committee, you said that the president never generally or specifically instructed you on interest rates. And so I wonder whether you will just commit to responding to our letter.
Sure. I stand by every word that I said at my confirmation hearing, and now I have a 7-week track record subsequent to that, and you can judge not just my words but my actions. And I'm happy to continue the discussion with you about this topic if you think it's fruitful. I will say I've spent 7 weeks doing a lot of hard business of reform, but I'm happy to continue to engage.
Okay, and you will respond to the letter that Senator Gallego and I sent to you.
I'm happy to find the letter. I think it came to me before I was confirmed to the Fed. I'm happy to find it and work with you and your colleagues and answer any questions you have.
Okay, thank you. Now, Federal Governor Christopher Waller recently announced a framework to radically transform the Fed systems of 12 regional reserve banks. And Congress deliberately created a centralized system of 12 regional banks to ensure that regional economies and communities are represented when the Fed makes consequential decisions. The Federal Reserve Bank of Richmond, which serves Maryland, employs over 100 of my constituents at the bank's Baltimore branch. And I share our ranking member's concern that these changes are being pursued without consideration of Congress. And so do you agree that regional presidents and board directors are responsible for day-to-day operations under the Federal Reserve Act and not the Federal Reserve Board in Washington?
So I love the structure of the Board of Governors and the Reserve Banks in the Federal Reserve Act, and I love the Humphrey Hawkins testimony I am obligated to give it to you. As the Federal Reserve Act makes clear, as you know, is the reserve banks run operations and their budgets are reviewed and approved by the Board of Governors. With respect more broadly to the proposal you suggested, I think we need to try to do two things at the same time. Be good stewards of taxpayer money and continue to drive efficiencies throughout the system. And at the same time, respect the independence of the reserve banks so that they can show up in Washington at an FOMC meeting and feel as though they have the resources at their disposal to argue their point of view. My addition to what's already been said publicly is my view is the 12 reserve banks should be 12 centers of excellence. And if there is some savings that we're necessarily driving through consolidation of overlapping functions, they should at the same time be able to build out capabilities and solve any of a number of problems of economic policy that are inside of our remit. I've encouraged the 12 reserve banks to think about what they could do to have a center of excellence.
So, Mr. Chair, your answer is yes, you do agree that the regional presidents and board directors are responsible for day-to-day operations under that act.
I do believe that's subject to the oversight of the Board of Governors in the statute.
Okay. Just one last question. Now, you've suggested that artificial intelligence will generate productivity gains that will reduce inflation and help lower interest rates. And I'm optimistic as well about the promise of AI, but we need to be really clear-eyed, I think, in considering the whole economy and the impact there. The Fed has two mandates, low inflation and maximum employment, and you've spoken often about AI's impact on prices and inflation, but inflation is still high. So it's important that the Fed also addresses the employment piece of this mandate, and just as urgently, the Fed should consider who benefits from AI. So some economic models for AI's economic effects foresee gigantic returns for capital holders, but stagnant wages and job losses for workers. So as it relates to AI, what specifically is the Fed doing, studying, or preparing for under your maximum employment mandate?
So I endorse both parts of the dual mandate, and I don't want to suggest that productivity and the AI wave only impacts one part of it. We've got no legislative orphans, and I think that the effect on the labor markets is real and something we're thinking long and hard about, short-term, medium-term, and long-term.
Okay. Thank you.
Senator Banks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Warsh, welcome back to the committee for the first time as the chairman of the Federal Reserve. I was proud to vote for your confirmation back in May, and it's great to have you come back. I understand we do this on the committee, Mr. Chairman, twice a year. I'm looking forward to continued dialogues with you and before this committee for many years to come. You're very familiar with my state, Indiana. We've talked about Indiana a great deal. There's no state in America that has a stronger manufacturing base than Indiana. Manufacturing jobs are the biggest share of our workforce in our state and accounts for about a quarter of our state's economy. For decades, though, policymakers here in Washington have turned a blind eye as foreign countries erode our manufacturing base and rely on artificially cheap labor. But under President Trump, we have a renewed focus on fighting back and protecting America's manufacturing edge. In addition to President Trump's tariffs, we are helping American companies compete against foreign competition by investing in new technologies that help American workers make better quality goods more efficiently than countries that rely on cheap labor. Mr. Chairman, business investment in the U.S. is surging right now. Fixed investment grew at a rate of 10.1% in the first quarter of 2026. Can you talk more about that and about how rising investment in new technologies like AI and robotics can strengthen America's competitive position against the rest of the world, especially when it comes to manufacturing?
So thank you, Senator Banks. The CapEx surge is remarkable. This is a CapEx investment boom that the country hasn't seen in more than a generation. It is the seed corn for productivity and GDP improvement over the next decade. The way these waves typically go historically, which doesn't mean it has to happen this time, is a surge in CapEx with some lag leads to stronger economic potential, stronger growth, higher wages, and more productivity. This surge is different. It's happened faster. It's probably going to be bigger, and it's accelerating in real time. The effect on the Fed's mandate is something we're taking very seriously. But I would far rather have a capital expenditure boom than have large corporate profits go back into share buybacks and dividends. Investing here is a good thing, and all other things being equal, it's going to have fruits for the American economy.
Good. Later this year, bank regulators are expected to finalize new rules covering capital and stress testing. The Fed's new rules are a world away from the harmful Basel Endgame proposal that the Biden regulators tried to jam through, which would have hit working families in Indiana with a hidden tax on every mortgage and small business loan. But the transition still has to be handled well. These capital rules touch every part of a bank's planning. Implementing the new rules with a clear and organized timeline is critical. Will you commit to coordinating the rollout of these new rules across all major bank regulators so community banks especially can rely on clear guidance to follow?
Yeah, Senator, I think clarity here is really important. These rules, as you know, are out for comment. I'm keenly interested in the comments as they come in. I think it is a very good thing if the bank regulators can speak with one voice. What we saw going into the 2008 financial crisis was a lot of regulatory arbitrage where institutions were choosing the regulator that best served their needs. I would love to have one standard, and I'm committed to work with the other regulators to see if we can achieve it. I'll just make one other point. You referenced the stress tests. The stress tests were a design and idea that we came up with one dark evening in the 2008 financial crisis. Stress tests have been used from that year till this year. I'm open-minded to reforms around the stress tests, so the stress tests aren't merely a compliance exercise, but help reveal both to the regulator and institutions what would really happen under a series of stresses.
Good. When you were here during the confirmation hearing, you and I talked about the China threat, something that you focused on for years. I know you're only 2 months into the job as chairman, but any updates or on how you can assess the threat that China poses to the dollar's role as the world's reserve economy?
So they're pacing power. They are the fight over AI is one of a proxy fight between these two economies that are striving for significance and influence over the next decade. I think we are on the front end of those technologies, but I don't want to sound complacent about it. And like with all technologies, they can be used by friends or adversaries. And so if there's a subject upon which I've been focused related to this in my first 7 weeks is making sure the institutions we regulate and the Fed itself is aware of our vulnerabilities. And I still think we've got some work to do on that.
Good. Thank you. I yield back.
Senator Blunt Rochester.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member Warren. It's good to see you, Chairman Warsh. I will tell you, I've been in and out of the room because I have 4 committees happening at the exact same time. And so going back and forth, and I know a lot of the things that I wanted to talk about or questions I wanted to ask, some of have already been asked, so I may not use the whole time. But when we talked before during your confirmation hearing, I raised questions about primarily 3 things. One was the independence of the Federal Reserve, and you've spoken a lot about that today in the hearing. I talked about transparency around reforms and what does regime change mean, and how does this connect with our regional Federal Reserve boards. And then I also shared with you just my real deep concerns about the impact of AI as well as the opportunities for AI and just the changing landscape, particularly when we talk about that mandate of full employment, maximum employment. And lastly, I would also say really important to me, and I shared that with you as well, is that the focus primarily a lot of times what is talked about is the Wall Street side and not the Main Street side. And so how Main Street has equal footing to Wall Street. And so a lot of the questions that have come, one of the things that you shared in your testimony was about the task forces that you have established, which I think is a really good idea. And I think the choices of things that you're focused on, from communication, to AI and the influence, all of those things are really important. And I think some of my other colleagues might have asked questions. I was on the AI one in particular. I hope that there will be the inclusion of other voices beyond economic experts and tech individuals, but actually families, businesses, people that are actually both consuming and impacted by AI. So if you could talk a little bit more about the makeup of that one in particular and how you will include people both in the task force and how you will include Main Street in your ongoing work at the Fed? Because before we had the Fed Listens tours, and I heard positive from both folks on the Federal Reserve side as well as the community side. So could you talk about the inclusion of Main Street on the task forces, and then ongoing in your work, how will you include Main Street?
Yeah, so let me address both those questions, Senator. First, on the task forces, we have 15 people across 5 task forces. I think there's a breadth of views, perspectives, expertise. They're all fantastic. They aren't decision makers. You're talking to one of the ultimate decision makers. And I believe, like you do in the reserve banks, the reserve bank presidents bring a breadth of views from their communities, from their businesses, and they and we are going to be the deciders about what to do with these. I don't want you to think that I've outsourced anything to these task forces other than coming up with new ideas.
Which is fine. My question is more related to the makeup. One of the concerns I have, even on technology, we've seen incredible advances where voices were not included of other folks. And so therefore we had technology that mistakenly took a black judge and thought that he was a criminal based on bad input of how the technology. So I'm talking about the input in the task forces as well as your ongoing input. Yeah. I don't know if you will continue with like Fed Listens or any of those things, but how will you get feedback from community organizations, small businesses, consumers?
Yeah. I don't mean to give you an excuse. I've been here 7 weeks. We've been pushing for reforms, but you have my commitment. The focus under my chairmanship at the Fed is what's happening in the real economy. And by the way, there are plenty of people on Wall Street who are upset with me already that I'm somehow not feeding them all the information they'd gotten before. And if they only had my dot, everything would be swell. My message to them is play the ball, don't play the Fed. By that, I mean, figure out what's happening in the real economy. Respond to data that's happening in the real economy rather than somehow suggest that we're going to be focused on Wall Street. So you have my commitment to focus on Main Street because it matters mostly to our dual mandate.
Well, I appreciate the time. I will also follow up with questions for the record and also particularly on the data piece as well. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am. For senators who wish to submit questions for the hearing record, please do so by Wednesday, July 22nd. The chairman will have 45 days from that day to submit your responses to questions for the record. This has been a great hearing. Thank you. Well done so far, so good. We look forward to even more time that we could spend together. And I frankly believe that the American people will have their trust restored under your leadership as relates to the Federal Reserve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely.
That is exactly what your office sought to have done. Since last year, DOJ has sued 30 states seeking their voter lists. 14 of those lawsuits have been resolved by federal judges. Mr. Blanche, did any of those 14 federal court judges from across the country agree with DOJ's legal position? Again, yes or no?
With some of the legal positions, yes.
Pardon?
The answer to the question is yes. Some of the judges agreed
14
with some,
judges?
Agreed with some of our legal positions, and most of those cases are under appeal.
Actually, That's not correct. The answer is actually no. These 14 federal judges, some of them were Trump appointees, disagreed with DOJ's position in terms of getting access to these voter rolls.
Well, I think
it's all part of DOJ's attempt and with the president's attempt at election interference. We know that federal judges are a problem for you, certainly a problem for President Trump, because they actually care about facts and evidence. And that's why last fall at a Federalist Society event, you called for young lawyers at that event to join you in fighting a war. And you said, we need you because it's a war and it's something we will not win unless we keep on fighting. The war that you were talking about was against federal judges who were ruling against the administration, correct?
No.
Well, then do you believe that judges should be impeached based on their rulings against this administration and the president? Yes or no?
No. No, I don't believe that.
On that, you disagree with the president because you believe judges should be impeached for disagreeing with them. President Trump sees DOJ not only as a tool to attack his enemies, but also useful for helping his friends. To that end, on May 18th, you signed an Attorney General order establishing funding and setting out requirements for the so-called Anti-Weaponization Fund, correct? You signed
Yes,
such an
I
order?
did sign that document, yes.
Have you rescinded that order?
Yes, the order is no longer in effect. There is no
Oh, that-
weaponization fund,
Mr.
correct?
Bannon, that is not my question. My question is, did you rescind that order?
Yes, I'm doing it under oath right now.
No, the
It
fact
does not
that, no,
exist.
when you answer that there is no fund, that is not rescinding the order, because you can resurrect that order at any time. So actually, your answer is no, you have not rescinded that order. Mr. Blanche, one of your first acts as Deputy Attorney General was to issue a memo eviscerating DOJ's enforcement work against crypto criminals. Crypto crime surged in 2025. Mr. Blanche, are you aware that Americans reported over $11 billion in crypto fraud losses to the FBI last year?
Our crypto enforcement is way up compared to a year and a half ago. So I didn't eviscerate anything. To the contrary, actually, we empowered AUSAs around the country to go after criminals in the right circumstances, and
Mr.
doing
Blanche.
it. We continue to do it.
I take it you are not aware that there were reports of over $11 billion in crypto fraud reported to the FBI. That was my question. Are you aware or are you not aware?
Are you talking about the fraud that we have prosecuted?
No, I'm
$11
talking
billion?
about the $11 billion worth of crypto crime. This is a pretty good, simple question.
I just don't understand
Are
the
you or
question.
are
I'm
you not
sorry.
aware? But it doesn't seem you're aware because you're making all kinds of excuses. The fact is that crypto enforcement, you eviscerated that work that your department is supposed to be doing. And so anyway, Mr. Blanche, when you issued your memo ending crypto crime enforcement, you held significant amounts of cryptocurrency yourself. And I sent you several letters asking you about it, and I am still awaiting your answer. Mr. Blanche, it is clear to me that your leadership is going to be a continuation of what we have seen so far at the Trump Department of Justice, or more likely to be called the Department of Retribution and Corruption. You see nothing wrong with the president treating DOJ as his own personal law firm to use as a weapon against his perceived enemies and as a way of helping his friends, and as a tool to interfere with the upcoming elections. The states run elections in this country, but you want to insert DOJ at every step of the process, suing the states with frivolous claims and sending threatening letters to secretaries of state. You want to suppress the votes of American citizens who will have a chance to resoundingly reject the president's corruption at the ballot box this November. You signed a memo eviscerating DOJ's cryptocurrency enforcement work leading to a surge in Americans being victimized by cryptocurrency fraud. You also championed a slush fund for the president's allies who attacked police officers on January 6th. From the beginning, we all knew that that's what this fund was for, but now we have findings of fact from a federal judge concluding that the fund came out of a fake lawsuit filed solely to lend an air of legitimacy to the president's attempt to compensate his insurrectionist allies. You played a key role in attempting to perpetuate this fraud on American taxpayers, and you oversaw the botched release of the Epstein files, denying justice once again to survivors who have been waiting so long for it. You have no business being the Attorney General of the United States of America. I certainly urge my colleagues to vote against your confirmation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I mean, Chairman, on the crypto point, our crypto prosecutions are way up, and it is very true that crypto fraud is a thing, and it's still happening. But getting rid of a task force of a bunch of lawyers in Washington, D.C. did nothing more than empower AUSAs around the country to bring cases, which is what they've done. So I'm proud of the work that we're doing in that space, and we'll continue to do it.
Before I call on Senator Tillis, we've been talking about political prosecutions. You've been criticized and the department's been criticized, but I wish you'd spare me the outrage. They cheered on Biden as he weaponized the Justice Department, targeting President Trump, congressional Republicans, parents, Catholics, and conservative Americans nationwide. So I think that the other party has zero credibility on this issue. Moreover, let's look at some of the so-called political prosecutions underway. How about the Southern Poverty Law Center? The group's apparently been funding extremist groups like the Ku Klux Klan and the National Socialist Movement. How about Don Lemon and the ICE protesters? They stormed and intimidated folks in the middle of a church service. Those are not political prosecutions. Protecting the taxpayers and other First Amendment rights is the responsibility of the government and the Justice Department. Senator Tillis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm going to take up where you just left off. Thank you for being before the hearing. I think you're doing very well, Mr. Blanche. I'm going to kind of ascend to the rarefied air of the moral high ground here for a minute. As I've heard some of the Democrats talking about this administration, it's almost as if they weren't here when the Biden administration did the indictments against President Trump. We've already heard it talk about Jack Smith. We haven't talked about the way that they dealt with a family member who was being indicted, and Hunter Biden. I don't remember them saying anything during those days in Judiciary Committee. I don't think I remember them ramping up the freedom of access to clinic entrances and trying to arrest pro-life people from the law that they decided to ratchet up in 1994. A couple of important cases there. And then the January 6th Capitol riot prosecutions. The fact of the matter is, and I'll get to this in a minute, the part I don't like about it, but hundreds or thousands of people's lives were destroyed because they did something stupid that day. And there's a vast difference between doing something stupid and doing something that destroys your career and ruins you financially. And this administration, the Biden administration, tapped on the emotions of the time to over-prosecute and weaponize the DOJ and went after people that I believe deserved a pardon because they weren't the people that attacked police officers. They weren't the people who knowingly destroyed the Capitol. They weren't the people who proudly went in like the QAnon shaman and pretending like he'd taken the Senate ground. They're the people that get me mad, which is why I'm not going to talk about them anymore. But it's remarkable how it's almost as if that Men in Black, that device they use to erase their memories, it's remarkable that these people sat before this committee when all that was going on and not a whiff. I hate duplicity and I hate situational ethics. And I want to lay the groundwork to say I was against that, and I'm also against some of the decisions of the president. Not you, Mr. Blanche. You work for somebody, and you got to do what you're told to do. And I hope you stay within the ethical bounds of the law. You have to answer to the bars and everyone else. But it's just jarring to hear people criticize this administration when they can't look in the mirror and ask themselves why they weren't criticizing an administration when they happen to have a blue jersey. Now, my criticism of the administration with the red jersey. January 6th, I have searched heaven and earth, and I haven't found anything except a passing comment at a C-SPAN conference. So can you tell me definitively that you think that any Capitol police officer who was harmed on January the 6th was a victim of a heinous crime at the hands of the person who did it?
Yes, and should have been prosecuted and was.
And they were. And so I just, with the members, please, as long as you can prove you've been consistent, use those sound bites. But don't use them when you look the other way, when fundamentally at the abstract level, President Biden did everything that you're accusing President Trump of doing. And a part of what we've got to get rid of, Mr. Blanche, is this political physics going on. American people are an exceptional people, and they always like to best each other. And what I've seen happening here is when we have a bad action of one administration, I'll be damned if we don't repeat it with the other one. I want leadership that says we're going to ratchet things down and not make the heinous mistakes that the Biden administration did. Let's be better than them, not better at prosecuting people that maybe we shouldn't, or take a little bit more time before we indict them. But let's just be better than them. Let's set an example and stop this spiraling, or the next Congress that I will not be a part of will be talking about it again, or in 2029, if a Democrat president comes in, they're going to up the ante, and they're going to go right after the behavior of this administration as an example of why they should. Because this administration has done the same thing to justify some of their behavior. I'm not criticizing you, but I'm trying to just cut through the rhetoric and let people all know that we are at this place today in part because of the actions of the Biden administration and the weaponization that I even saw under Garland, who I generally supported. So let's just be real here, people. If you're going to criticize one administration, look in the mirror before you do it. Now, Mr. Blanche, I want to stick a fork in this turkey of a 1776 fund. And you've said that it's moot. I've had colleagues here, attorney. I'm not an attorney. I'm a business consultant. I see a problem. I want to solve it. This is a problem. It should never be paid out. You've said it's going to be moot, that it's moot. Others, these smart attorneys that I'm surrounded by, I think that the courts are probably going to deal with it. But why should we waste the court capacity on this issue? If I could walk to the Senate floor with an agreed-to piece of text coming from the administration that just renders this whole thing dead, gone. I don't need a Probst language. I don't need a statement from the administration. All I need is language to say, everybody around here said it's over. So why can't we agree to language that I can walk down to the Senate floor and get a UC and dare the Democrats to oppose ending this, and dare a Republican to if the president supports it? Why is that a bad strategy?
It's not. I mean, certainly the Department of Justice and the White House has worked with you and your colleagues to come up with language. We do not object that path or including it in some other
I want to
bill.
make the distinction, though, because I know that Senator Collins and the appropriations team are working on this language. But you've already, I don't know if you've been paying attention to Congress. You've got your own job to do, but we're not necessarily getting along really well right now on the party lines. Schumer's already threatening a government shutdown. We haven't even had appropriations discussions, except ongoing negotiations. He's already threatening a shutdown. So that language could be in a bill that's dead on arrival because nobody's going to do it. My question is, who on earth, who in this Senate chamber would raise an objection if we were able to put something on the floor that ended this debate, The only reason I think that a Democrat would be opposed to it is they love milking this thing for what it is. I want to stick a fork in it. And can I get your commitment to maybe provide us with some technical assistance on what that language would look like?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Mr. Blanche, I did want to just echo, and Mr. Chairman, I know I caught him off guard, or if I can seek unanimous consent to put into the record the letter that Senator Cornyn and I sent to Mr. Blanche.
Without objection.
So that's the letter on the issue that Senator Britt most recently brought up. I think there's a way to solve that, and I have confidence in your ability to do it, Mr. Blanche. But it is very important. And I guess for the purposes of back to the pardons, I get pretty emotional about that. I think we need to do a better job of looking through the pardons process. Okay, I've talked about the January 6 pardons, but in this administration, and I'm no fan of Ed Martin, that's exactly why he'll never get confirmed in the U.S. Senate as long as I'm here. That's only 172 days. Maybe he can come back next year. But I think the pardons process is something else we have to look at. The Democrats are criticizing this administration for pardons. You take a look at the egregious list of pardons in the Biden administration. And let's not forget that the Biden administration also had prospective pardons, get out of jail free card. I heard people criticizing some of the get out of audit arguments for the agreement, 1776 agreement. Have they all forgotten that Biden in the 11th hour gave prospective pardons to people who hadn't even been charged with anything? Again, the point that I'm trying to make, folks, is you're all victims of political physics. There was no criticism about that then. And now we're trying to criticize this president for pardons that I've criticized. So the point here, and I do believe that in the Trump administration, I have talked about the January 6 pardons, but I'm concerned that the Binance CEO got pardoned. I'm concerned that there was talk about a corporation getting a pardon. So I'd be very curious, if you're confirmed, if we could sit down and understand how that process goes and to what extent we can have visibility into these people getting pardons, starting with a lot of the pardons that came out of the Biden administration. Can I get your commitment, if confirmed, to walk through that process?
Of course. Yes, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Blanche. You've done a great job today.
Senator Booker.
Good afternoon, Mr. Blanche.
Good afternoon.
Our president has a very well-documented history of attempting to corruptly influence government officials to advance his own personal interest. He called the Republican Secretary of Georgia asking him to find enough votes to overturn the election. He withheld military aid to pressure Zelensky to investigate Joe Biden's son. For these things, he has been impeached. He's been criminally convicted in Georgia, indicted in Georgia, because he uses his power to unjustly influence people. When a president routinely pressures public officials for his own personal benefit, the Department of Justice has to remain independent. This brings me really to you, and I think what has you at the center of so much concern is that you seek to lead the Department of Justice after being the president's personal lawyer. The American people are really entitled to know whether your allegiance to the rule of law is your focus or your allegiance to one man who clearly has an insatiable appetite for revenge, self-enrichment, and the abuse of power. So I want to talk about your record. Under you, the department has prosecuted people that have caught folks on both sides of the political aisle by surprise.
Past the empty bar, memories that stay. Oh Lord, let me roam till this tired soul feels home. Every road I choose turns into Train tracks shining underneath the storm like old ghosts trying to stay warm. My guitar keeps singing soft and slow, things this world will never know. And every chord beneath the southern sky feels like one more long goodbye. Neon Whiskey Road, stretching through the night like a lonely river, disappearing out of sight. Every dream I lose, every town I roam, still searching for a place this heart can call home. Rain falls gently on a Delta town tonight. Street lights flicker in the fading light. Old men drinking slowly at the bar, talking about dreams that never got far. Smoke rises softly through the quiet room, like tired flowers trying hard to bloom. And every lonely blues song on the radio sounds like somewhere I used to know. Rain on the Delta tonight, cold against my skin, like old broken memories coming back again. Oh Lord, hear my cry underneath this southern sky. Every love I lose turns into these blues. My guitar rests heavy against the wall, like it already knows the rise and fall of every lonely soul that passes through, searching for something real and true. Through the pine wood trees, carrying old forgotten melodies. And somewhere down the darkened railway line, another lonely heart is losing time. Rain on the Delta tonight, slowly washing through like muddy river water, pulling me from you. Every road I roam, every dream I chase, still leaves these old blues written on my face. Smoke hangs heavy in this old blues bar. Street lights shimmer from passing cars. Bartender pouring another round slow as old train whistles echo below. My guitar hums with a tired sound, like a lonely soul still wandering around. Every broken memory comes alive tonight under neon glow and candlelight. Smoky Delta night, burning low and warm, like an old blues record spinning through the storm. Every lonely mile, every faded sign still brings me back to the ghosts inside my mind. Rain taps softly on the window pane, trying hard to wash away the pain. But every melody still calls your name, and every midnight feels the same. Southern wind moves through the trees so slow, like secrets only lonely hearts know. And somewhere far beyond this town, another tired sun is going down. Smoky Delta night, hold me till the dawn, like the last old memory before it's gone. Every road I ride, every dream I chase, still leaves your shadow in this empty place. pale tonight. Rusty street lamp barely shining light. Old six-string crying by the motel sign, like a broken prayer lost somewhere in time. River keeps rolling dark and slow, carrying secrets only drifters know. Every heartbeat echoes through the rain, like an old freight train full of pain. These crossroads after midnight keep calling out my name, through empty southern highways and neon-colored rain. Oh Lord, can you hear this old guitar and feel every road I ride leaves another scar inside. Bartender wipes the dust from empty glass, watching lonely shadows slowly pass. Jukebox humming low in smoky air, playing songs for souls beyond repair. Moonlight falling on these worn-out boots, while silence hangs beneath the roof. And every chord I play tonight alone feels like searching for a place called home. Train wheels crying near the riverside, like the ghosts of dreamers left behind. Smoke keeps dancing underneath the blue, while this old world keeps breaking in two. These crossroads after midnight still pull me through the storm, like distant thunder rolling before the night is gone. Oh Lord, stay near tonight beneath this fading light. Every dream I knew turns back into the blue. Standing at the crossroads, late at night alone, cold wind blowing through flesh and bone, street lights trembling underneath the rain, like tired hearts learning how to break again. Oh, black guitar hanging by my side, full of songs I've always tried to hide. Every mile behind me feels the same. Every broken town still knows my name. Crossroads, midnight blues, calling out my soul like a dark old river, too deep to control. Oh Lord, hear my prayer floating through the southern air. Every road I choose leads into these blues. Smoke drifts slowly through the neon light, while lonely strangers drink away the night. Bartender says some wounds don't heal, and tonight I finally know how that feels. Train tracks humming underneath the storm, like tide ghosts trying to stay warm. And every note my guitar softly cries feels like one more beautiful goodbye. Crossroads, midnight blues, hold me till the dawn, like the fading echo of an old sad song. Every dream I chase, every love I lose, still leaves me standing in these midnight blues. Delta moon hanging low above the river tonight, silver reflections dancing in the pale light. Old wooden porch creaking underneath my feet, while distant thunder rolls through the summer heat. My cigarette burns slow beside this rocking chair, southern wind moving softly through the air, and every lonely cricket singing in the dark feels like another memory inside my heart. Delta moonlight blues, soft and low tonight, like an old forgotten prayer floating through the night. Oh Lord, hear my soul clouds gather slowly over county lines, like old regrets buried deep in time. My guitar hums with a worn-out sound. Clouds gather slowly like a tired man over county lines, drifting around like old regrets. Old radio playing from the room inside. My guitar songs about love with a worn-out sound could never survive like a tired man over county somewhere far beyond like old regrets. Old radio playing from the room inside. My guitar songs getting that train, going steel wheels cry. Coffee grows colder inside my heat as I watch this motel going beside the road. Another lost time, carrying heavy soul. Cold radio. cigarette burns, pickup trucks, my face underneath this lawn. Young buzzers and too many hot dust and bones blue. Soft like memories, every cigarette burns my soul. Pickup trucks, my face underneath this lawn. Like an old black river. Young buzzers and too many hot dust and body cake. Soft like memories, every cigarette burns my soul. Can't you see my face underneath this lawn? Like an old these old rivers still me. Too many hot dust and body cake. Every dream I breathe, every cigarette burns my soul. Can't you see my face underneath this lawn? Like an old these old rivers still me. Too many hot dust and body cake. Every dream I breathe, every cigarette these times. Can't you see my face underneath this lawn? Like an old these old rivers still me. Too many hot dust and body cake. Every dream I breathe, my guitar strings hard. Can't you see with a cracked door sound? Like a worn-out man, still drifting. Every note, my guitar strings hard. Can't you see with a cracked door sound? Like a worn-out dust and bones, still drifting. Every note is the rain. My guitar strings hard like old scars high. Like a worn-out dust and bones, still drifting. Every day is the road I ride. My guitar strings hard like old scars high. Like a worn-out dust and bones, still drifting. Every day is the road I ride. My guitar strings hard like old scars high. Like a worn-out dust and bones, still drifting. Every day is the road I ride. My guitar strings hard like old scars high. Like a worn-out dust and bones, still drifting. Every day is the road I ride. My guitar strings hard like old scars high. Like a worn-out dust and bones, still getting that train, rolling through the woods. Steel wheels crying. Coffee grows colder inside my hand as I watch getting that train, rolling through the woods. Steel wheels crying. Coffee grows colder inside my hand as I watch getting that train, rolling beside the road. Another lost time, heavy soul. Cold radio dream I lose turns into these blues. Neon signs glowing through the midnight rain. Every small town highway starts to look the same. Cheap whiskey bottle resting by the sink, while lonely hearts sit quietly and think. Old jukebox humming in the corner bar, playing songs for people carrying scars. Smoke hangs heavy underneath the light, like broken souls hiding from the night. Neon whiskey road, take me far away, past the empty bars, memories that stay. Feels home. Every road I choose turns into these blues. doling out. Town I roam, still searching for a place.
Please
This heart
check your euro doling out.
can call home.
Please check your euro doling out. Please check your euro doling out.
Rain falls gently on a Delta town tonight. Streetlights flicker in the fading light. Old men drinking slowly at the bar, talking about dreams that never got far. Smoke rises softly through the quiet room, like tired flowers trying hard to bloom. And every lonely blues song on the radio sounds like somewhere I used to know. Rain on the Delta tonight, cold against my skin, like old broken memories coming back again. Oh Lord, hear my cry underneath this southern sky. Every love I lose turns into these blues. My guitar rests heavy against the wall, like it already knows the rise and fall of every lonely soul that passes through, searching for something real and true. Wind moves softly through the pinewood trees, carrying old forgotten melodies. And somewhere down the darkened railway line, another lonely heart is losing time. Rain on the Delta tonight, slowly washing through like muddy river water, pulling me from you. Every road I roam, every dream I chase, still leaves these old blues written on my face. hangs heavy in this old blues bar. Streetlights shimmer from passing cars. Bartender pouring another round slow as old train whistles echo below. My guitar hums with a tired sound, like a lonely soul still wandering around. Every broken memory comes alive tonight under neon glow and candlelight. Smoky Delta night, burning low and warm, like an old blues record spinning through the storm. Every lonely mile, every faded sign still brings me back to the ghosts inside my mind. Rain taps softly on the window pane, trying hard to wash away the pain. But every melody still calls your name, and every midnight feels the same. Southern wind moves through the trees so slow, like secrets only lonely hearts know. And somewhere far beyond this town, another tired sun is going down. Smoky Delta night, hold me till the dawn, like the last old memory before it's gone. Every road I ride, every dream I chase, still leaves your shadow in this empty place. Cold wind blowing through the Delta night, rusty street lamp barely shining light. Old six-string crying by the motel sign, like a broken prayer lost somewhere in time. River keeps rolling dark and slow, carrying secrets only drifters know. Every heartbeat echoes through the rain, like an old freight train full of pain. These crossroads after midnight keep calling out my name, through empty southern highways and neon-colored rain. Oh Lord, can you hear this old guitar and fear? Every road I ride leaves another scar inside. Bartender wipes the dust from empty glass, watching lonely shadows slowly pass. Jukebox humming low in smoky air, playing songs for souls beyond repair. Moonlight falling on these worn-out boots, while silence hangs beneath the roof. And every chord I play tonight alone feels like searching for a place called home. Train wheels crying near the riverside, like the ghosts of dreamers left behind. Smoke keeps dancing underneath the blue, while this old world keeps breaking in two. These crossroads after midnight still pull me through the storm, like distant thunder rolling before the night is gone. Oh Lord, stay near tonight beneath this fading light. Every dream I knew turns back into the blue. Standing at the crossroads, late at night alone, cold wind blowing through flesh and bone, street lights trembling underneath the rain, like tired hearts learning how to break again. Oh, black guitar hanging by my side, full of songs I've always tried to hide. Every mile behind me feels the same. Every broken town still knows my name. Crossroads, midnight blues, calling out my soul, like a dark old river, too deep to control. Oh Lord, hear my prayer, floating through the southern air. Every road I choose leads into these blues. Smoke drifts slowly through the neon light, while lonely strangers drink away the night. Bartender says some wounds don't heal, and tonight I finally know how that feels. Train tracks humming underneath the storm, like tide ghosts trying to stay warm. And every note my guitar softly cries feels like one more beautiful goodbye. Crossroads, midnight blues, hold me till the dawn, like the fading echo of an old sad song. Every dream I chase, every love I lose, still leaves me standing in these midnight blues. Delta moon hanging low above the river tonight, silver reflections dancing in the pale light. Old wooden porch creaking underneath my feet, while distant thunder rolls through the summer heat. My cigarette burns slow beside this rocking chair, southern wind moving softly through the air, and every lonely cricket singing in the dark feels like another memory inside my heart. Delta moonlight blues, soft and low tonight, like an old forgotten prayer floating through the night. Oh Lord, hear my soul trying hard to stay whole. Every road I choose over county lines, like old regrets buried deep in time. My guitar hums with a worn-out sound, like a tired man still drifting around. Oh, radio playing from the room inside, songs about lovers who never survive. And somewhere far beyond the riverbed, another lonely night begins again. Delta moonlight blues rolling through my veins, like muddy southern water after endless rain. Every dream fades slow, like smoke beneath the moon. Still singing these blues to an old forgotten tune. Dust blows softly through this tired southern town. Old pickup trucks and faded signs breaking down. Neon buzzing outside the corner store, like memories I can't escape anymore. My boots feel heavy from these endless miles. Too many heartbreaks hidden behind smiles, and every cigarette burns slower tonight underneath this lonely yellow light. Dust and bones blues running through my soul, like an old black river nobody can control. Oh Lord, can't you see what these old roads did to me? Every dream I lose turns into dust and blues. Old bartender says the night's still young, but these tired lungs have sung enough songs. Train whistles echo somewhere far away, like ghosts begging me to stay. My guitar strings hum with a cracked old sound, like a worn-out man still drifting around. And every note beneath this southern sky feels like one more slow goodbye. Dust and bones blue, heavy as the rain, like cold scars hiding deep beneath the pain. Every road I ride, every town I choose, still leaves me stranded with these dust and blues. Midnight train rolling through the rain, steel wheels crying like human pain. Coffee grows colder beside my hand as I watch the storm move across the lane. Cheap motel glowing beside the road, another lost town carrying heavy souls. Old radio singing soft and low, songs about places I'll never know. Lonely train blues tonight, rolling through my soul like an endless highway with nowhere left to go. Oh Lord, hear that sound as the rain keeps falling down. Every passing tune sings these lonely blues. Dusty suitcase lying by the door. I've seen too many towns before. Every neon light starts looking the same. Every heartbreak carries your name. My old guitar still understands the things this world never planned, and every chord beneath the moonlight sky just like one more long goodbye. Lonely train blues tonight, slowly drifting on, like the whistle of a train just before the dawn. Every road I take, every mile I lose, still leads me back to these lonely blues. Rain keeps falling on the Mississippi road. Old guitar singing like a weary soul. Smoke from my cigarette fades into the night, while neon shadows dance beneath the pale light. Cheap whiskey burning slowly in my chest, trying to calm a heart that never rests. Every passing train sounds lonely and low, like memories from a life long ago. These midnight river blues keep pulling me down slow, like muddy southern water where broken dreamers go. Oh Lord, hear me tonight underneath this pale moonlight. Every road I choose leads back to these blues. Dusty boots walking through an empty town. Every lost soul keeps looking down. Oh, jukebox crying in the corner bar, playing songs for hearts left scarred. Through the southern trees, like ghosts whispering old melodies, and every note my guitar plays tonight feels like holding on to fading light. These midnight river blues run deeper every year, like thunder in the distance, slowly drawing near. every dream I lose turns into these blues. Neon signs glowing through the midnight rain. Every small town highway starts to look the same. Cheap whiskey bottle resting by the sink, while lonely hearts sit quietly in pain. Old jukebox humming in the corner bar, playing songs for people carrying scars. Smoke hangs heavy underneath the light, like broken souls hiding from the night. Neon whiskey road, take me far away, past the empty bars, memories that stay. Oh Lord, let me roam till this tired soul feels home. Every road I choose turns into these blues. Cold wind whispers through the motel screen about all the things that could have been. Train tracks shining underneath the storm like old ghosts trying to stay warm. My guitar keeps singing soft and slow, things this world will never know. And every chord beneath the southern sky feels like one more long goodbye. Neon whiskey road, stretching through the night like a lonely river, disappearing out of sight. Every dream I lose, every town I roam, still searching for a place this heart can call home. friendly on a Delta town tonight. Street lights flicker in the fading light. Old men drinking slowly at the bar, talking about dreams that never got far. Smoke rises softly through the quiet room, like tired flowers trying hard to bloom. And every lonely blues song on the radio sounds like somewhere I used to know. Rain on the Delta tonight, cold against my skin, like old broken memories coming back again. Oh Lord, hear my cry underneath this southern sky. Every love I lose turns into these blues. My guitar rests heavy against the wall, like it already knows the rise and fall of every lonely soul that passes through, searching for something real and true. Wind moves softly through the pine wood trees, carrying old forgotten melodies. And somewhere down the darkened railway line, another lonely heart is losing time. Rain on the Delta tonight, slowly washing through like muddy river water, pulling me from you. Every road I roam, every dream I chase, still leaves these old blues written on my face. Smoke hangs heavy in this old blues bar. Street lights shimmer from passing cars. Bartender pouring another round slow, as old train whistles echo below. My guitar hums with the tide sound, like a lonely soul still wandering around. Every broken memory comes alive tonight, under neon glow and candlelight. Smoky Delta night, burning low and warm, like an old blues record spinning through the storm. Every lonely mile, every faded sign still brings me back to the ghosts inside my mind. Rain taps softly on the window pane, trying hard to wash away the pain. But every melody still calls your name, and every midnight feels the same. Southern wind moves through the trees so slow, like secrets only lonely hearts know. And somewhere far beyond this town, another tired sun is going down. Smoky Delta night, hold me till the dawn, like the last old memory before it's gone. Every road I ride, every dream I chase, still leaves your shadow in this empty place. Cold wind blowing through the Delta night, rusty street lamp barely shining light, old six-string crying by the motel sign, like a broken prayer lost somewhere in time. River keeps rolling dark and slow, carrying secrets only drifters know. Every heartbeat echoes through the rain, like an old freight train full of pain. These crossroads after midnight keep calling out my name through empty southern highways and neon-colored rain. Oh, Lord, can you hear this old guitar and feel every road I ride leaves another scar inside. Bartender wipes the dust from empty glass, watching lonely shadows slowly pass. Jukebox humming low in smoky air, playing songs for souls beyond repair. Moonlight falling on these worn-out boots, while silence hangs beneath the roof. And every chord I play tonight alone feels like searching for a place called home. Train wheels crying near the riverside like the ghosts of dreamers left behind. Smoke keeps dancing underneath the blue, while this old world keeps breaking in two. These crossroads after midnight still pull me through the storm, like distant thunder rolling before the night is gone. Oh Lord, stay near tonight beneath this fading light. Every dream I knew turns back into the blue. Standing at the crossroads, late at night alone, cold wind blowing through flesh and bone, street lights trembling underneath the rain, like tired hearts learning how to break again. Oh, black guitar hanging by my side, full of songs I've always tried to hide. Every mile behind me feels the same. Every broken town still knows my name. Crossroads, midnight blues, calling out my soul like a dark old river, too deep to control. Oh Lord, hear my prayer floating through the southern air. Every road I choose leads into these blues. says some wounds don't heal. And tonight I finally know how that feels. Train tracks humming underneath the storm, like tide ghosts trying to stay warm. And every note my guitar softly cries feels like one more beautiful goodbye. Crossroads, midnight blues, hold me till the dawn, like a fading echo of an old sad song. Every dream I chase, every love I lose, still leaves me standing in these midnight blues. Delta moon hanging low above the river tonight. Silver reflections dancing in the pale light. Old wooden poles creaking underneath my feet, while distant thunder rolls through the summer heat. My cigarette burns slow beside this rocking chair. Southern wind moving softly through the air, and every lonely cricket singing in the dark feels like another memory inside my heart. Delta moonlight blues, soft and low tonight, like an old forgotten prayer floating through the night. Oh Lord, hear my soul trying hard to stay whole. Every road I choose leads back to these blues. Rain clouds gather slowly over county lines, like old regrets buried deep in time. My guitar hums with a worn-out sound, like a tired man still drifting around. Oh, radio playing from the room inside, songs about lovers who never survive. another lonely night begins again. Delta moonlight blues rolling through my veins like muddy southern water after endless rain. Every dream fades slow like smoke beneath the moon. Still singing these blues to an old forgotten tune. Dust blows softly through this tired southern town. Old pickup trucks and faded signs breaking down. Neon buzzing outside the corner store, like memories I can't escape anymore. My boots feel heavy from these endless miles. Too many heartbreaks hidden behind smiles, and every cigarette burns slower tonight underneath this lonely yellow light. Dust and bones blues running through my soul like an old black river nobody can control. Oh Lord, can't you see what these old roads did to me? Every dream I lose turns into dust and blues. Old bartender says the night's still young, but these tired lungs have sung enough songs. Train whistles echo somewhere far away, like ghosts begging me to stay. My guitar strings hum with a cracked old sound, like a worn-out man still drifting around. And every note beneath this southern sky feels like one more slow goodbye. Dust and bones blues, heavy as the rain, like cold scars hiding Midnight train rolling through the rain, steel wheels crying like human pain. Coffee grows colder beside my hand as I watch the storm move across the land. Cheap motel glowing beside the road, another lost town carrying heavy souls. Old radio singing soft and low, songs about places I'll never know. Lonely train blues tonight, rolling through my soul like an endless highway with nowhere left to go. Oh Lord, hear that sound as the rain keeps falling down. Every passing tune sings these lonely blues. Dusty suitcase lying by the door. I've seen too many towns before. Every neon light starts looking the same. Every heartbreak carries your name. My old guitar still understands the things this world never planned, and every chord beneath the moonlight sky feels like one more long goodbye. Lonely train blues tonight, slowly drifting on like the whistle of a train just before the dawn. Every road I take, every mile I lose, still leads me back to these lonely blues. Rain keeps falling on the Mississippi road. Old guitar singing like a weary soul. Smoke from my cigarette fades into the night, while neon shadows dance beneath the pale light. Cheap whiskey burning slowly in my chest, trying to calm a heart that never rests. Every passing train sounds lonely and low, like memories from a life long ago. These midnight river blues keep pulling me down slow, like muddy southern water where broken dreamers go. Oh Lord, hear me tonight underneath this pale moonlight. Every road I choose leads back to these blues. Dusty boots walking through an empty town. Every lost soul keeps looking down. Oh, jukebox crying in the corner bar, playing songs for hearts left scarred. Through the southern trees, like ghosts whispering old melodies, and every note my guitar plays tonight feels like holding on to fading light. These midnight river blues run deeper every year, like thunder in the distance, slowly drawing near. Oh Lord, hear my cry beneath this endless sky. Every dream I lose turns into these blues. Neon signs glowing through the midnight rain. Every small town highway starts to look the same. Cheap whiskey bottle resting by the sink, while lonely hearts sit quietly and think. Old jukebox humming in the corner bar, playing songs for people carrying scars. Smoke hangs heavy underneath the light, like broken souls hiding from the night. Neon Whiskey Road, take me far away, past the empty bars, memories that stay. Oh Lord, feels home. Every road I choose turns into these blues. Cold wind whispers through the motel screen about all the things that could have been. Train tracks shining underneath the storm like old ghosts trying to stay warm. My guitar keeps singing soft and slow, things this world will never know. And every chord beneath the southern sky feels like one more long goodbye. Neon Whiskey Road, stretching through the night like a lonely river, disappearing out of sight. Every dream I lose, every town I roam, still searching for a place this heart can call home. Rain falls gently on a Delta town tonight. Street lights flicker in the fading light. Old men drinking slowly at the bar, talking about dreams that never got far. Smoke rises softly through the quiet room, like tired flowers trying hard to bloom. And every lonely blues song on the radio sounds like somewhere I used to know. Rain on the Delta tonight, cold against my skin, like old broken memories coming back again. Oh Lord, hear my cry underneath this southern sky. Every love I lose turns into these blues. My guitar rests heavy against the wall, like it already knows the rise and fall of every lonely soul that passes losing time. Rain on the Delta tonight, slowly washing through like muddy river water, pulling me from you. Every road I roam, every dream I chase, still leaves these old blues written on my face. Smoke hangs heavy in this old blues bar. Street lights shimmer from passing cars. Bartender pouring another round slow as old train whistles echo below. My guitar hums with a tired sound, like a lonely soul still wandering around. Every broken memory comes alive tonight under neon glow and candlelight. Smoky Delta night, burning low and warm, like an old blues record spinning through the storm. Every lonely mile, every faded sign still brings me back to the ghosts inside my mind. Rain taps softly on the window pane, trying hard to wash away the pain. But every melody still calls your name, and every midnight feels the same. Southern wind moves through the trees so slow, like secrets only lonely hearts know. And somewhere far beyond this town, another tired sun is going down. Smoky Delta night, hold me till the dawn, like the last old memory before it's gone. Every road I ride, every dream I chase, still leaves your shadow in this empty place. Rusty street lamp barely shining light. Old six-string crying by the motel sign, like a broken prayer lost somewhere in time. River keeps rolling dark and slow, carrying secrets only drifters know. Every heartbeat echoes through the rain, like an old freight train full of pain. These crossroads after midnight keep calling out my name, through empty southern highways and neon-colored rain. Oh Lord, can you hear this old guitar and feel every road I ride leaves another scar inside. Bartender wipes the dust from empty glass, watching lonely shadows slowly pass. Jukebox humming low in smoky air, playing songs for souls beyond repair. Moonlight falling on these worn-out boots, while silence hangs beneath the roof. And every chord I play tonight alone feels like searching for a place called home. Train wheels crying near the riverside, like the ghosts of dreamers left behind. Smoke keeps dancing underneath the blue, while this old world keeps breaking in two. These crossroads after midnight still pull me through the storm, like distant thunder rolling before the night is gone. Oh Lord, stay near tonight beneath this fading light. Every dream I knew turns back into the blue. Standing at the crossroads late at night alone, cold wind blowing through flesh and bone, street lights trembling underneath the rain, like tired hearts learning how to break again. Oh, black guitar hanging by my side, full of songs I've always tried to hide. Every mile behind me feels the same. Every broken town still knows my name. there's some wounds don't heal, and tonight I finally know how that feels. Train tracks humming underneath the storm, like tide ghosts trying to stay warm. And every note my guitar softly cries feels like one more beautiful goodbye. Crossroads, midnight blues, hold me till the dawn, like a fading echo of an old sad song. Every dream I chase, every love I lose, still leaves me standing in these midnight blues. Delta moon hanging low above the river tonight, silver reflections dancing in the pale light. Old wooden porch creaking underneath my feet, while distant thunder rolls through the summer heat. My cigarette burns slow beside this rocking chair, southern wind moving softly through the air, and every lonely cricket singing in the dark feels like another memory inside my heart. Delta moonlight blues, soft and low tonight, like an old forgotten prayer floating through the night. Oh Lord, hear my soul trying hard to stay whole. Every road I choose leads back to these blues. Rain clouds gather slowly over county lines, like old regrets buried deep in time. My guitar hums with a worn-out sound, like a tired man still drifting around. Oh, radio playing from the room inside, songs about lovers who never survived. to moonlight blues, rolling through my veins like muddy southern water after endless rain. Every dream fades slow like smoke beneath the moon. Still singing these blues to an old forgotten tune. Dust blows softly through this tired southern town. Old pickup trucks and faded signs breaking down. Neon buzzing outside the corner store, like memories I can't escape anymore. My boots feel heavy from these endless miles. Too many heartbreaks hidden behind smiles, and every cigarette burns slower tonight underneath this lonely yellow light. Dust and bones blues run through my soul like an old black river. No
people, but one in particular, so good luck, and they're doing a fantastic job. Thank you. She was great. She worked in the administration first term, and she was fantastic. We also have a big name, a very big name, a very brilliant name, somebody who's done, I guess, in the history, I'll make enemies when I say this, but I shouldn't because I think it's true. Jamie Dimon is maybe the greatest banker in this country in many, many decades. So, CEO of J.P. Morgan Chase. Thank you, Jamie. The president of General Dynamics, Danny Deep, and you know, they make the greatest submarine in the world. They just have to make them faster. Danny, will you please make them faster? That's true with all of the munitions people, actually. Faster, we need a little more speed. We have the best quality in the world, but we need a little more speed. The president of Hanwha Defense USA, Michael Coulter. Thank you, Michael, out there. The president and total boss of Boeing, that's Kelly Ortberg, who's a terrific guy. I think he just gave me the award for being the salesman he started of the year. I said, that's not the year. Then he said, what about the decade? Nope, much more than that. So it's the salesman in the history of Boeing. I have sold more Boeing planes, over 1,000, and nobody comes close. You know what I got for that? Nothing. I get nothing. Now, if I was in the private sector, I'd say I want a piece of the company for that, right? But Kelly, you've done a great job. You're bringing it really back, and you're up to 44 planes now. At 44, they're producing the planes at a very rapid rate, and Kelly has done a tremendous job. President of Northrop Grumman, Kathy Warden, showed us a plane that I like a lot. President of Lockheed Martin, Jim Takelet. Jim, thank you very much. Thank you, Jim. Good job you're doing. President and COO of Blackstone, a friend of mine from the real estate wars. He was a brilliant guy. I always said, this guy's always there first. What's with him? John Gray, he's a real estate genius, and other geniuses. Now real estate, he doesn't even have to participate, he said, but you've done a great job, and say hello to you-know-who. He's a tremendous guy. He's been a big help. Steve has been a big help. Co-chairman of TWG Global, Thomas Tull. Thank you, Thomas. CEO of Divergent Technologies, Lucas Zinger. I just saw some of their technology. It's amazing. I saw some of those things backstage. You don't want to talk about them. They're pretty amazing. CEO of EQT, Toby Rice. Thank you, Toby. President of North America's Building Trades Unions. He's the most powerful man in the room. It's Dina for the women, and it's this guy for the men. Sean McGarvey. Thanks. Thanks, Sean. Sean McGarvey, good guy too. And the founder of Valor Equity Partners, Antonio Gracious, and he's somebody highly respected by everybody, including my family, my kids, and also helped us tremendously working at the early stages of the administration with costs, because we inherited a cost mess, and he was fantastic, and I want to thank him, and Elon too. Elon did a fantastic job. This year we're celebrating the 250th anniversary of American freedom, and no state has been more central to protecting that freedom than the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is where America declared its independence, where George Washington crossed to Delaware, where the Union was saved by the heroes of Gettysburg. What a war that was when you read about it. And where Pennsylvania workers poured the iron and steel that won 2 world wars and won lots of other things in addition. With today's announcement, Pennsylvania will play a key role in building the arsenal of freedom to defend our nation in the modern world. We have things happening in this state. I think really people don't know what's happening in Pennsylvania. People aren't really, literally, they're not able to even fathom what's going on. And I'm just sitting back there. I thought I was very well aware of it. And then I'm meeting people, very well-known people, and they're saying what they're doing here. We got to get the word out a little bit, because this is very much of a miracle, very much of a miracle. Highly respected people. The talent and innovation in this room will keep America safe for many years to come. They are very advanced, the most advanced equipment anywhere in the world. Under the Trump administration, we've invested a record $1 trillion in the United States military, and next year, I'm proud to say, and Pete, we have to get moving on this, $1.5 trillion we're going up to, and we need it. It's all made in the USA, so it's not, as Sean, it's not fully a cost, it's cost. We got to take something, but it's called jobs, and when you think of it that way. But 1.5, I built the military in my first term, and I used it in my second term, and as you know, Venezuela was actually 48 minutes, but let's call it 1 day. And we've paid for the cost of that war 50 times over, more than 50 times over already. And they've been great, the people from Venezuela. The leadership has been fantastic, and we're working with them, and the big oil companies are moving in. They've made more money for themselves in the last few months than they made in the history of the country. And it's just it's being properly run. They have oil. They have so much oil. You find the oil there, Pete, you just look down on the ground and you say, oh, that's oil. Just drill it. There's very few places that have anything like that. But we have a great relationship with the leadership. We've worked with them very closely, and we're bringing all the big American companies in, and it's been very much of a miracle. Millions and millions of barrels a day. The spirit of our armed forces is the highest it's ever been, with every branch setting records for recruitment. And I will tell you, during the campaign, when I was running against Kamala, she had no clue, but Joe had no clue either. That's why they got him out of there. I had to run against two people. Everyone else runs against one person. You do well. Joe wasn't doing too well. He was down like 28 points. So they said, let's replace him. That's like replacing a fighter. You're doing great against the guy. I said, let's put somebody else in. Fortunately, she wasn't much better than he was. And somebody said she's leading in the polls. That's not possible. But if she is, that's fine. You know, you got to go out. You got to win. But what's happened with the election, this was an amazing election. Think of it. We won every swing state. We won the popular vote by a lot. We won 82%, 87% of the counties in America. That's a big one. We won the Electoral College. We won everything. But all 7 swing states, the big thing was, could anybody ever win all 7? We won all 7 swing states, and we won them by a lot. So it was a great, great achievement. But when it came to joining the military, we had vacancies, empties. We had a situation that actually it was remedied largely, Pete, I think on November 5th when we won. It was even before we took office, it was remedied to a certain extent. And when we took office, so now we have overflow crowds trying to get into the military, and that includes our policemen, our firemen, anybody with a uniform on. They were very ashamed of our country, and now they're very proud of our country. And we're setting recruitment records like we've never had before. In fact, it's a great time if you want to expand the military a little bit. It wouldn't be bad because we have unbelievable, talented, in good shape, in unbelievably good shape. You know, we had something pass in the United States Supreme Court. It was called merit, and nobody thought that was going to happen. I didn't think it was going to happen, actually. We're trying to get it. And everything now in our country, again, is based on merit. Getting into colleges is based on merit. When you have somebody with great boards, great marks, all A pluses and A's and the highest board marks, and then doesn't get it because somebody with far less capability gets in, it's nasty, but it's, you know, our country was built on greatness, and it was based on success. It was based on merit. And now we have that, and that includes the military. And the people that we have in this military, you can send most of them to Hollywood, and they could become like movie stars. They are unbelievable, and you saw that in Venezuela. I met them backstage, and these are people that are. It's a whole different ballgame. So I just want to thank everybody. That was a decision. That was a tough decision to make. And it took courage to make that decision. Nobody thought that was going to be made, but they gave us back our beautiful merit system. And now the best people get into the best positions. They get into the best schools. They get into the military. We actually have strong people going into the military now as opposed to people that aren't strong or that shouldn't be there. And it's like, I call it central casting. Washington, D.C., we're using the military in there. And our crime rate's down 92%, and it's gone from an unsafe city to one of the safest cities, the capital, one of the safest cities anywhere in the country. Restaurants are booming. The restaurants were all closing. People were afraid to go to a restaurant. We took out over 5,000 criminals. We got them out of here. We got them, sent them back to their country. Many of them came through the Biden open borders, which was insanity. We got them out of this country, and we did a real job in Washington, D.C., and I will say Memphis is a similar kind of a thing, a little bit. We started it a little bit later, but they're down in crime 78%. And New Orleans, Louisiana, the governor called me up, Jeff Landry, great guy. He called me and he said, we have a problem. We have the Mardi Gras coming up, and this place is loaded up with crime. And we sent in the National Guard and others, and it was the safest, that is on record, the safest Mardi Gras on record. They've never had anything like it. He called me two days later. He said, I've never seen anything like it. It's a terrible expression. He said, nobody was killed. Well, that doesn't sound so good to say, frankly, in one way, but in another way, many people would be killed during Mardi Gras consistently, and now it was the safest they've had, he said, in 67 years, so it's pretty good. But we're going out for the $1.5 trillion this year, and I think we're going to be able to get it. And we're going to get it because we have so much money coming in. The tariffs have made this country so rich, and they've made this country so competitive. In order to not pay tariffs, people are coming out and they're leaving Mexico and they're leaving In fact, it was just announced that Toyota is leaving Mexico. Toyota is going to build one of the largest plants in the world, car plants in the world, in Texas. But many companies, they left us and they went to Mexico, Canada, Japan, Germany. They went all over the place, South Korea. They're all pouring back. The car plants, the AI plants, they're all coming back. If they don't, they have to pay taxes. The chips, we had this ridiculous CHIPS Act where you give billions of dollars to a company and they didn't even know what the hell to do with it. You give them billions of dollars, they say they're going to build. Nobody knew what to do with it. And of course, the standards were so high. If you weren't transgender, as an example, you didn't qualify. So they'd get the money, they'd look all over for transgender people to run the company, large portions. They couldn't find them. They weren't into the chip-making business, I guess, right? They had other things on their mind. But this was the Biden fools, those idiots that almost destroyed our country. But we're also reasserting the fundamental truth: to be a strong nation, you must be a manufacturing nation, manufacturing jobs. When you see these plants start to open, so we're building now at a record that we've never even, I don't think any country's ever approached this record. Again, we have $19.2 trillion being invested, and there's never been anything like it. You go back years and years, and it's China had the record with $3 trillion, and we're at $19.2 trillion. There's never been anything like it. These are going to be starting to open in 6 or 7 months. I mean, it's unfair because, you know, whoever the next president is going to be sitting up here someday and say, what a great job I did. What a great job. I did the greatest job, Jamie. He's going to be talking about what a brilliant president he is. And I'll be home and I'll be saying that, son of a gun. Because we did the job. We did the job. And we're clearing every obstacle to building the defense industrial base. And so many people, I was shaking hands backstage, they just came up and they said, we couldn't even function 2 years ago in this country. We couldn't get anything built. We couldn't get approvals. We couldn't do anything. And now we cannot imagine the change. They said 5 or 6 of the people building defense-oriented things, they said, we have no idea how this has happened to this extent. He said, we look forward to going to work. We get our approvals fast. We came up with a concept like on AI and other things that are big. Rather than going to our old, very old and fragile grid, we maintain it, but it's old and not up to date. It was let go by a lot of people that were in my position. They shouldn't have done that. But I came up with the idea to let them build their own power plant. So they're building their own power plant. So, you know, people would complain about the grid, but actually they're giving their excess electricity back into the grid. It's a phenomenal thing. But they're coming up with power. They're doing their own. They're really becoming a utility. They're becoming, actually, in addition to AI, they're also becoming utility. And they're building some of the greatest power plants anyone has ever seen. We don't want wind because it's terrible. Doesn't work. These countries that go to wind, you go to wind, you lose your way, you go out of business. Look at what's happening in the United Kingdom. Wind all over the place. Doesn't work. Too expensive. Everything's made in China. And remember, you have to replace them after 8 or 9 years. You know, it's wonderful if they were there, but you got to replace them all the time because they wear out. The salt water kills them. It's ridiculous. And we have the oil and gas. We have a number of people back there with the nuclear. Nuclear is hot. It's become safe. And we got to keep it safe, but it's become safe. But we have tremendous new things happening. And some of these power plants that are being used for AI and other things that they're building are so far advanced from what you're used to. When you look at Con Edison, you look at the old companies, it's fine. They get the job done. But these are tremendous advancements that nobody would have ever come up with except for this group of seriously brilliant people. After decades of foreign countries ransacking Pennsylvania and all of our country, they ransacked our country and stealing our jobs, I imposed historic tariffs to protect the American copper, aluminum, steel, and many, many other projects like cars. And because of that, they're all coming back. This could have been done by a president if he knew you wouldn't have a Taiwan making 100% of the chips. I think by the time I leave, we'll have almost 50% of the chips being made in the United States, worldwide. They're moving here like you wouldn't believe it. with no investment. I'm not giving people billions of dollars. I'm not saying to some chip company, here's $30 billion, good luck in finding a site. That's what this stupid CHIPS Act was. Hundreds of billions of dollars just wasted. Half of the people never even used the money. I didn't give them 10 cents. I said, you're going to pay nothing for a year. After that, you're going to pay 10%. After that, you're going to pay 25%. Gives you 2.5 years to build your factory. If you don't build it by that time, you pay 200%, meaning you're sending chips in. You have a 200% tariff. They're building like crazy. And the biggest chip company in the world is building, and they just announced that they're expanding by another $200 billion. They're spending most of their money in Arizona, a great place to invest. But they're spending an extra $200 billion. It's the biggest chip company in the world. But we passed the largest tax cuts in American history. We delivered 100% expensing. That's a big one. That's, I think, we had the greatest economy in the history of our country in my first term. We then got hit with COVID, but even including COVID, we did a great job in COVID. We never got credit for it, but every country was ripped apart by that disaster. We know where it came from. It came from Wuhan, and I said that, but we were all ripped apart. And China got hit very, very hard. It was delayed. They got hit very hard at the end. But it was a terrible thing, but we had the greatest economy in history. And before COVID, nobody had ever seen anything like it. But if you just took those 3 years and look at what we're doing now, we're going to blow them away. I mean, unless some horrible event happens, which is always possible. You know, we always have to at least think about the horrible events. Who would have thought that COVID could have happened? A thing like that could have happened. But we delivered 100% expensing, and that expensing, I think, where you write it off in 1 year. I have friends that bought things that, frankly, they didn't need. I have a friend that never flew in a private plane in his life, and he ended up going out buying a very expensive private plane because of expensing 1 year. And a lot of you're building your plants, more importantly than an example like that. You're building your plant and equipment. Jamie can expand his bank, write off everything in the first year. And you're doing a nice job. Your building is beautiful, by the way. It's great. You can write that sucker off in 1 year. Can you believe it? Now that stands up there, that steel. I want to know that steel contractor. He did a good job. A great job, actually. But we delivered 100%, and I felt it was very important to do so. And it goes for a 10-year period. So it doesn't just, I actually want to make it for 1 year because I figured everybody's going to come. 10 years is too long, but we had a couple of senators that really won, including a man named Lindsey Graham, who we love. And Lindsey, we pay you respect because he was some special guy. Lindsey, David, was a big proponent of 10 years instead of 1. In other words, you could use this for 10 years instead of 1. I said, but Lindsey, 10 years is too long. It gives them too much time. He said, oh, no, we have to do this. I said, no, go ahead, Lindsey. What the hell do you know about business, Lindsey, right? But he was great. We're going to miss him, right, David? Sure. We're going to miss that guy. What a way he was, yeah. You know, he's a guy, I'm just thinking, he's a guy that some people you don't appreciate until they're not here, right? And you just saw all the quality that he had. He got things done. He could even deal with Democrats. If I needed a Democrat, I could go to Lindsey, and Lindsey would take him out and wine him and dine him and say, I got him for you, right? There aren't too many people could do that. David and I know it very well. But the expensing was so important. I think it's really what led to the tremendous success because we had it in the first year and in the first administration. And I think that was what led to the single most important thing, I think, in terms of investment was the 1 year expensing. I think people were building, sometimes maybe they shouldn't have been, but they were building at levels, and then it caught up. We passed the largest regulation cuts in American history by far, and we unleashed American energy, including Pennsylvania oil, gas, and clean, beautiful coal. We're back in the coal business. We have so much technology and changes have been made in coal. And in the Trump administration, you're not allowed to use the word coal without preceding it by the words clean, beautiful, and Chris Wright, who you know so well, and Doug Burgum. They've been a fantastic team. And they were making a speech. And I said, nobody can say coal without preceding it with clean, beautiful. But this whole speech was on coal. And they kept saying, clean, beautiful coal, clean, beautiful coal. Clean. And I said, okay, it's enough. You know, but it is. It's and look, you know, I hate to say it, but it's what China uses. They're building now 58 massive coal plants. And, you know, they're responsible for building the windmills. And I said, how many windmills are they building in terms of using on their land? John, I want to know, if you see any, let us know. They got coal plants all over the place, but they build the windmills. But the only one they have that I know of is one that they want to use. They use it they don't use it in terms of energy. They showed people, look how beautiful this is, as those poor suckers buy those windmills and lose their ass. But it's a terrible form of energy, most expensive form of energy. It's intermittent, doesn't work, and in my opinion, it kills the environment. It kills the birds, but it's visually, it's terrible. It's terrible. It's a terrible thing. And I'm proud to say that we have approved almost none. I think none, but we are. They are. Everybody's under an order. No windmill. We don't want the windmills. We don't want them, and let somebody else use them. But everybody using them is in very big trouble. They're in energy trouble because they don't work, and very expensive, most expensive form of energy, and they don't work. And I've been saying it for 4 or 5 years, and people still buy them. Maybe not quite like they used to, but people still buy them. It's crazy. But we unleashed American energy, including the Pennsylvania oil, and the Pennsylvania oil is doing unbelievably well. We saved the great American company, U.S. Steel, and I worked with Selena Zito. I don't know if Selena's here. Selena here? She's so... Where's Selena? Where is Selena? I love Selena. Where is she? She's queen of the Rust Belt. But you're no longer the Rust Belt. You're really the Money Belt. I have a new name. Selena, are you here? I'm here. Come on up here, Selena, will you? She's the queen. She is the queen of the Rust Belt. Now she's the queen of the... And be careful. Don't fall down the stairs like Biden. Come on, Selena, get down here. Grab her, everybody. I want to show you a woman that knows what she's doing. You know? She knows what she's doing. I had no idea she'd be here, but anything having to do with Pennsylvania, any of these great states, she's around. Well, Selena, I want to thank you. You're really a talent. That's only because she writes so well about me. You know, if she wrote badly, I'd say, get her the hell out of here. Selena, thank you, honey, very much. We appreciate it. Really amazing person. Thank you. No, she loved this area. She loved the people, and she saw it going to hell. And she knew more about it than anybody else. And she also knew it had more potential because of the people. And she would write about it like nobody would believe. And she's one of the top writers in the country. And I hate to say that she writes for the Washington Post. But she's one of her many outlets.